Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Jordy Jane's Psychic Medium with Jordy Jane. Live from jordyjanes.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Jordy Jane's Psychic Medium
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my show, Jordy Jane's. Sorry, I'm just getting all my stuff sorted. A little bit running late, but that's okay. Welcome, everyone, to, my God, it's Wednesday afternoon over there, Wednesday evening over there. So I've been up bright and early this morning because I have just organised myself into a conference on the weekend. I had to do a check-in this morning, so I've been up since, well, my 5 o'clock, which is like 3 o'clock over there. So I might be a little bit like, cuckoo, but that's okay. So thank you, everyone, for joining. And today what's really interesting is my last week was all about, I want to say, setting boundaries with people and people who don't align with my own energy. Really interesting. We've had a few incidences over here in beautiful Australia, Victoria. You've probably heard of it over there. I probably did go worldwide. But what was really interesting is my experience with this triggered me, which is really interesting. We're talking about triggers. Interesting that some people, I want to sort of talk about humanity and how people feel about wearing masks because of the control of humanity. I just want to say just quickly, it's just my point of view. Just remember, disclaimer, my point of view. I don't push this out to everyone, but we have to care for our fellow man. And if we need to look after ourselves, be healthy, and for the common good and for humanity, it's really important to do so. But also looking at humanity and looking in your own humanity, it's all about taking care and being self-care and self-aware of yourself. Really important topic because I believe in self-care, and with everything that's gone on in the last week, I've had to set my boundaries, which has been interesting because I've had a few infiltrators on my page and I've had to deal with that as well. So I always know when I actually have issues with my boundaries and issues with energy that I get infiltrators on my page. It's so interesting. I'm really super aware now. So when I do have things like this, or I do feel like I've got someone constantly on my mind, I go, and I don't want them to be there. I go, okay, boundaries up. So, and self-care for me is a bit of a ritual. So I have salt baths, I use white sage, and a couple of other concoctions that I've actually made up because I do like the woo-woo. I love being witchy-poo, so I do make some beautiful incense concoctions that I can put on charcoal just to clear the energy and clear the air. So it's really important to do the self-care and look after your own environment as well. If we look after each other, look after our environments, it's a huge shift and the collective will change. But that's just my point of view. Don't quote me on that, but we in Victoria do have to wear masks as a precaution now every time we go out, and I'm quite happy to do that to be civil to the common humanity of what we're facing at the moment. So the new normal. Okay, so I have a beautiful person called Angela on the phone. Uh, when you're ready, Angela, are you there?
Yes.
Good afternoon or good evening. How are you?
Good, yourself?
Yeah, good. Now, I'll just explain. Thank you so much for joining me on my show today. Now, would you like me? I'm psychic and also I work mediumshiply. How would you like me to work for you today? A bit of both, or would you prefer one over the other? How would you like me to work for you?
Medium.
I thought so.
Yep.
Oh, not that I'm psychic or anything. Bear with me for a second. Let me have a look. So, as I asked them to step forward, I sort of had someone already, but it may not be the person. I know they're already here because it's already affecting my throat. When I connect, I'm the interpreter, so I may misinterpret things. So if I ask you a question, if it makes sense, just say yes, no, I'm unsure. Don't give me a lot of information. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Awesome. And also, I'm being told it may not be the person that you're after, but it will be close to. So this is just what I'm being told. So bear with me for a second. I do have a beautiful gentleman with me who is got a really good sense of humor. I do feel that I've got chest issues or throat issues with him. I'm not exactly sure what's going on there. But as I connect with him, he wants to give you a massive hug. So would you be aware of a gentleman that would have, it would have been more towards the end, and I do feel like he was an elderly gentleman. Does this make sense to you?
Yes.
Thank you. And if I said to you that he's quite tall, but he's acting quite short, so he doesn't be foreboding for me. He's quite a gentle soul, but yet I do feel like he's quite a character. He has a really good sense of humor, and he is it's like I want to say he's a gentle soul, but then I know he went through a lot of, I feel like a lot of, not trauma, but I just feel like he went through a lot in his life. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Thank you. Would this be grandfather for you?
No, it was
Okay.
it was actually
Dad?
my fiance. He was much older than I was.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So it's really interesting because would he have children or would he have had grandchildren? Because I feel like he's quite proud with his children. Would this make sense to you?
Yes. We have two boys.
Okay, thank you. Because I just want to say, okay. So he keeps trying to yell at me, but he can't because he's got a lot of problems with the throat and lungs. Would that make sense to you?
Yes, he had breathing problems.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, bear with me. I'm trying to not cough in your ear, and I do apologize, but I feel like he's doing this to me. He just wants to hold your face, and I don't feel like he's been gone that long. I feel like he's been gone about the last 12 months, maybe 2 years, but I do feel like I want to acknowledge he hasn't been gone long. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Thank you. And it's really interesting because he wants to talk about the kids because he's being so proud of being a dad that he wants to talk about the kids. Now, I feel like, I know you said you've got 2 boys, but would I make sense that the oldest one seems to be like the youngest one and vice versa? I feel like I want to swap them over. I feel like the youngest one's more mature than the oldest one. Does this make sense to you?
Yes.
Thank you. And it's really interesting because the youngest one, he's the real gentleman, and the oldest one seems to be the one that likes to be a little bit of a rascal. He likes to get into things, and he'd be the sort of person that, or sort of beautiful boy that would jump on a dirt bike and do cross country and all that sort of stuff. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. He's just wanting to let you know that he's definitely around, and it's really interesting because as he's talking to me, I'm asking him to give me some more evidence. He goes, "What more evidence do you need?" Like, he's got this little attitude, and I love your partner. He's so funny. But there's definitely a reference where I want to acknowledge that he's definitely around you, and I'm sort of asking him to give me some more information. And it's like, I want to say, he's good with information, but sometimes he could be that sort of gentleman where he'll be trying to get what we call blood out of a stone. So it's really hard to get stuff out of him. Would that make sense?
Yes.
Thank you. If I said to you something about 6 months, would that be 6 months around him? Was he not well for 6 months, or what's?
He passed away. He passed away just suddenly. He passed away from an overdose.
Okay.
And then his death date is actually coming up in August.
Okay, thank you. If I said to you there was something around 6 months before he passed, I just want to acknowledge the 6 months. So can I?
Yes, we were struggling in life just altogether.
Okay. Yep, thank you. Okay, cool. It's really interesting because you say that he sort of took, like, he had that medical thing that's happened. I don't like to put words on it, but the overdose, like you said. But it's really interesting because I feel like he's also making me aware of the chest and the throat. So it's really interesting how he sort of come through with that.
He had when he overdosed, he had a heart attack. He was having a heart attack at the same time.
Okay, thank you. But this is also talking about how he was not well beforehand either. So there was a couple of medical things going on as well. Does that make sense?
Yeah, he was. I mean, besides depression and stuff, that was about it.
Okay, cool.
And his breathing and stuff. You know, he had asthma, so.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Because I'm just like trying to figure out why it's sort of not really showing up what he did or what he did, but what he had. And I feel like that's sort of, he wants to just sort of push away from that a little bit and just go, it was his time. It was really interesting. The other thing he wants to give you is that he's really proud of you trudging through the crap that he's left behind. Does this make sense to you?
Yes, because I've been struggling. And I still managed to, come out with a smile on my face.
Yeah. He's just saying that you're doing a good job and he's so proud of you. And he's also acknowledging, okay, there's something about caps. Did he used to wear caps or baseball caps?
Yes.
Thank you. There's one that's going to end up falling on the ground. He's just acknowledging that would be him pushing it on the ground. So, Angela, can I leave that with you, darling? But he's so proud and he just wants to let you know you're doing really well with the boys.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
All right. Blessings and hugs, gorgeous. If you want to contact me, just contact me on my Facebook page, Geordie Jane, Psychic Medium. And so have a lovely day. I do apologize, Angela. We've sort of run out of time, but blessings and hugs to you and blessings and hugs to everyone. Have a great day and a great week, and I will see you next week.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Jacqueline Close-More Live with Jacqueline Close-More. Jacqueline Close-More. Live from jacqueline.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com, or MoveStruck.tv.
This is Jacqueline Closemore
On
Live.
A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the show. I'm Jacqueline Closemore and you're on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV, and I'm coming to you live from my lounge in Melbourne. We're in complete lockdown. We've got mask time, or rather, oh, hang on, yeah, it is that way. It's fun, isn't it? Not. So some people have been freaking out this week, and it's a very stressful time, and one of my peers called it vicarious trauma. And it's where you're listening to way too much of everything about the news and what's sort of happening. And I think the thing is to go back into your centre, go back into your own sense of being at the moment, maybe switch off the news, switch off all of this sort of stuff going on. Do what you need to do and be kind to yourself. And, you know, when we sort of look at how do I be kind to myself, so quite a few of my clients can be quite perfectionistic, I find, and really hardworking people are perfectionistic in a sense. And in that perfectionism and in that hardworking nature is sometimes the need to really learn to relax, learn to let go, learn to just be with what is. And when we can't control the environment around us, just simply control within ourselves. So that's an important thing to sort of look at is, you know, am I doing what I need to do for me to be you know, happy and well? And I just wanted to touch on masks for a minute, because some people have been feeling that mask is a freedom issue, but actually it's a health issue. And if you speak to doctors, nurses and all that sort of thing, you know, if you look at surgeons, case in point, surgeons are wearing masks anything up to 20 hours in a day. Same with their anaesthetists, you know, your actual theatre nurses. That's what they're doing a long time before COVID came along. They would wear masks for that long. They didn't pass out. You know, you're not losing their freedom, but it kept us safe. Like if I was in the hospital having yet another surgery or yet another general anaesthetic and procedure, that would be a mask, and that was to keep me safe. And, you know, I don't really see why it has to be an issue if in Melbourne, Australia, we're having to wear masks for a little while. It's really not actually about control. It's actually about disease prevention and to help prevent the spreading of this. So with people having issues with feeling calm around that sort of thing, I think if you just look at it from medical evidence levels, rather than seeing it as a government taking over or political issue, and you just take it as fact based on the actual medical advice, then I'd kind of just, you know, whack one on. There's certain type of masks, of course, I mean, that are going to be problematic. My eldest son is in an industry that requires him to wear a mask because of, you know, some pretty heavy particulates when he's working. So the interesting thing he found is that, well, he has to wear that to stop from getting certain substances into his system that can make him feel quite ill, and he's not meant to do that very often. He's meant to have a mask for that. But with all the rush on masks from Bunnings shopping centre, the hardware, you know, he couldn't actually get a mask for a while because people were going and buying them when a mask to do with heavy particulates is not actually helpful for COVID. You know, it's just not going to do it. So, you know, just I just get the ones that are actually being recommended here and do your research on that, which probably is not going to be so much YouTube and more, you know, actual reputable sources. So just be careful what you're searching as well. If you're going on certain types of searches on social media, will bring up information that goes further and further into the line of what your preferences are, rather than actual information that's reputable as well. So you can actually end up in a silo of thinking. So there can be all these different silos and they don't talk to each other. And then you're stuck in one line of thinking and it just gets more like that. So, you know, I'd just be careful what you're looking at there. So calming down during this period is about looking at, I guess, facts and evidence. And then once you've had enough of that, say, all right, well, I'm going to tune out now. I've got what I need. I've prepared well. I'm now going to take some rest and some comfort at home. What are things that you can do to be kind to yourself? So when I was talking about perfectionistic types of people, well, there's a tendency to think too much. So when you sort of hit the upper limits of what you can sort of take in, it's time to sort of say, all right, well, let's just simplify this down. So, if you've got a job, fantastic. So spend the time working in that. Spend the time talking to friends and loved ones. You can do that by video calls on platforms like the one I'm talking to you on. There's social media, in-app calls that you can make. You can also be on the phone to people. If you're writing lovely text messages of encouragement. And I think the thing is with some of my friends sort of expressing a sense of hopelessness, look to what you can enjoy and be grateful for at the moment. So what is it that you do have that is going right? Don't focus on what is going wrong, but what can you do to look at the positives? So, the fact that you have a job, the fact that your family is safe, the fact that you enjoy certain things that help, make you feel joy. So it can be, if you've got a close partner at the moment, you're doing quite well together, well, hugs from them, obviously. It can be sitting and meditating. There can be yoga. If you're feeling very ungrounded, uncentered, and a bit like this, then you may find smaller movements in yoga more helpful. If you're feeling like you're having a more confident day, you might feel bigger standing upright type movements are more helpful to you. So it's about doing, even in practices like yoga, doing the elements of that you can do today in this moment, and really being today in this moment. And when you're looking at, I can't travel and I can't this and I can't that, well, what can you do? Get back to what you can do. You can be journaling, you can be doing something creative. There is actually there's a colouring book for adults, and it's full of swear words. So if you're sort of a bit crass and, you could be colouring this beautiful picture and it's got something written there that I won't repeat, or you could just get actual nice colouring books. And if you've got children and they're sort of asking questions and feeling, concerned about things, well, let's switch that TV off with the news on it. Let's look at what we can do once again that just focuses on the here and the now and on what we can do to stay, in a good space. So those are the sorts of things I'd be doing. If you do Reiki, that's another thing that will help you as well. And certainly working through the chakras is another form of meditation that can help. So you can look at what each chakra is doing, how confident am I feeling in each chakra. And when you're doing chakra meditations as well, starting from the base, working all the way up to the crown, you can see how you feel in each chakra. You can actually meditate that and you can find your thoughts go to issues going on at the moment. And as you find you're in that, working in that chakra, that particular issue will come up and you'll maybe see or feel an issue that happened, something someone said, interaction you had, and it's like, oh, okay. So you might have to do some acknowledging, accepting, releasing, and choosing better next time in that chakra, and then you move up to the next one, and you're not looking for those issues. You're just meditating on that chakra, breathing in, breathing out, clearing that energy. And as you do, issues and thoughts may just come up. You may find one chakra is, kind of out of whack and not functioning properly. Another one might be just running its little guns off a bit too much, and it's about bringing that balance back in. So working through the chakras is another thing you can do. If you've got particular food you like and you're not sort of, gouging on lots of it, but really savouring the taste, slowly, meditatively savouring the taste of that mouthful, once again, brings you back into the moment. Even things like, focusing on looking at your hands, and then feeling them as you sort of stretch them out. You can sort of really feel those hands and look at them. And if you're doing the same with your feet and you work from your toes right up to your legs and stretching and tensing different parts as you're breathing in and out, that's another form of meditation you can do. You can actually meditate while jogging. I know, it sounds crazy, doesn't it? No, not really. The way I jog and meditate is I'll get into the rhythm first and get quite comfortable. That might take me 10 minutes maybe of jogging. And then I hit a certain rhythm of jogging and then it's like, right. And so I will actually breathe in, counting 4, hold, count 4, breathe out on 4 counts, hold for 4 counts, breathe in for 4 counts, hold for 4 counts, breathe out for 4 counts, in for 4 counts. So holding on for 4 counts before breathing in again. So that's while jogging along. So I'm actually focusing on the breath as I'm going, and that can be a way, once again, of meditating. Another form of meditation, I've actually got my bowls up here, but you can't see them. Oops. I've got Tibetan bowls, so I will literally be playing the bowl, and that will be another form of meditation. I will see if I can do that with my eyes closed. In my case, I sort of also play, will hula hoop at the same time, and the hula hoop runs at a different speed to the bowl, so there's the next level of challenge for you. I reckon if I stuck a sage to smudge at the same time, or some incense in my hand, I could be walking around and space clearing while getting my cardio and ab work and meditation at once. But everyone does meditation differently. There's no right or wrong to that, and I think that is a tool you can use. You can have days where you just can't even. And that's a day for, if you've got the ability to do so, to wrap yourself in a blanket and watch some trash TV, preferably not news stuff, just movies. Yeah. Spend time with your kids, spend time with your family, spend time with your pets. Be grateful for what you have. Look at that sort of thing, and it will get you through. Yes, make practical plans for the future. Do be looking at that. That's the sort of thing I'd be doing. So that's just some tips for today. I'm moving across to my Jacqueline Close-More live Facebook page in a second. I'll look forward to seeing you there if you're catching up with me. In the meantime, rest of Moonstruck TV and A1R Psychic Radio will be with you. There'll be more shows. Thank you for joining me this week. I'll be back next week, bright and early. See ya!
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Psychic Paths
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. My name is Suzanne Marie, and I'm with Psychic Paths, which you can find on PsychicPaths.com and Psychic Paths Facebook page. And I'm here to do some readings tonight, and hopefully I'll get some really good callers. I want to say that I am really excited about tonight, and I hope you are, because we have a whole lot of new people, new readers here on A1R Psychic Radio, and I know that every one of those that are new will be able to give you excellent, accurate readings. So, so here we are in the middle of summer, and I'm enjoying my garden, but today I had a bunch of allergies, so my eyes are all puffed out. But other than that, it's been a beautiful week. I hope everyone has had a beautiful week, and I hope that we can go ahead and get some good callers, because I love doing the readings. This is why I'm here, for the readings. I am clairvoyant. I see past, present, and future. And I'm a light trance medium, which means that I can speak to past loved ones, but they do not take over me. They generally stand by my side and give me messages and relay messages. So I hope that everyone will enjoy tonight here on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonlight TV. And so, so I hope that everyone has had a good summer and is doing well and is getting a bit of outdoor fresh air, because I'm just loving my garden. I spent a couple years now trying to make it my garden, and it's working out pretty well. So I'd like to shout out to Central Minnesota and everyone that I know is loving and caring and watching tonight. So, so if you want to see on the right side of the screen, it's my right, but it's up there on the screen, the phone numbers in which to call. So there's different phone numbers that you can call into and hopefully get a reading. So we have Sydney, Australia here. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes,
hello. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes. How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. How's it in Australia tonight or today?
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's morning here. So it's not too
Good
bad.
morning. What can I help with you tonight?
Regarding my twin flame.
Okay. Are you involved with him?
Not at the moment. We were.
So what Spirit is telling me is that there was a very deep connection, and then it kind of faded. There's a fading out.
Yeah, just Yeah, at the moment we are, yeah.
Let me see if I can find out more from Spirit. Hang on a minute. I do sense a reconnection. One of you, I'm getting that one of you needs to do some work on yourselves, and I'm not really getting that it's you, but there's some kind of inner work that needs to be done.
Okay. Well, he's moved away a few hours away from when he used to live.
I don't sense that your relationship is over. I really don't. I understand the fading. Excuse me, but I feel like there's some inner work that needs to be done on his part. He's doing something for himself. Does that resonate?
Yeah, he does. He's getting the help he needs.
What spirit says is don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But also take the time to take care of yourself. Because there'll be a continuation, but don't forget yourself. There's something else too that's going on with you. Do you feel a sense of there's an overact of something, like something's going on and it feels too much?
What do you mean?
It feels like something is over, like you feel like you're being overdone, either with work or with people. There's something that seems to be stressing you.
More my health than anything else, really, at the moment.
And you're doing everything that you can. You're going to be okay.
Oh, okay, that's good to know.
Yeah. It's overstressing you, but don't stress. It's going to be okay. Something is going to happen, I sense, in September that will be different with your health and more positive. Either you've been getting the runaround, or you've been going and getting different kinds of opinions that don't match, or something like that. But I see things in September going to get better for you.
Okay, is that when I see him, or?
Yes. I do sense a reconnecting, and when you do see him, it does feel like no time has passed. Even though it feels like it when you're where you are now, you have this ability to be the same people every time you meet.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true.
So it's going to work out. It's going to be okay.
But you know, like I said, he's moved away a couple hours away. Is he going to be moving back?
Yeah, I feel like that's temporary. Now, temporary in like a year, but I don't sense that there's going to be that much distance emotionally or verbally communicating with him. So even though it's gone for that amount of time.
Okay, it's good to know.
I do see a bright future.
Well, hopefully
He
it's
really
soon.
does like you, and he kind of makes you smile a lot. But he loves your energy.
Yeah, I've been told that.
So it'll be okay.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome. You go ahead and have a good
Thanks.
night.
You too. Enjoy your day there. Night there.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
We have Leanne from Los Angeles.
Hi,
Hello. Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. I'm loving summer. I'm up here in the north. We usually freeze. This is our warmest month. So, yay.
Oh, really? It's a little hot down here.
Oh, is it? Oh, well, I know it's
That's
beautiful
okay.
there. What can I help you with tonight?
I have two questions. One is job situation and my finance, and number two is like human relationships. I don't seem to really have good relationship with people. I don't have a best friend. I don't even have a boyfriend for almost 5 years. I seem to have like trouble building relationships with people. Kind of felt that way since I was really young, and
I feel, I'll see what Spirit has to say. Hang on a second. First of all, you have a very, very unique energy. And I think you've known this all your life, that you're a bit unique. And,
in a good way.
in a very good way. Do you remember as a child thinking, "Oh, I'm different. I'm a little different than other kids." For some reason, you didn't feel like you were, say, like if there was a pot of roses, you were not one of those roses. You'd be an orchid. Just, not something weird, but you have a different energy and a different energy, and I feel like part of that has to do with intuitive abilities. Um, do you get drained by being around people? Do they make you tired?
I didn't think so in the beginning, but I started to feel it, and I worked on it. So I manage. I tend to manage, but I really enjoy time being alone. But on the other hand, I still like to have some close friends, just a few close friends. Like soul family would be perfect, but I don't seem to have anybody close to me. Like people seem to like run away from me rather. I just need like a couple of good friends. So I don't know if I'm treating them wrong or.
No, I don't think so. But I do believe that you have to accept the gifts that you have, which is reading people, and sometimes they can make you tired, or they can make you feel like you're responding to them without them engaging with you, because you're picking up off of them. Do you know what I mean? And then in turn, they're looking at you going, boy, what's going on with her? But actually, you're responding to them without any communication. I would suggest trying to find a book on empaths and how to deal with empathic gifts. They're going to make you tired. You're going to feel other people's problems without talking. And you could even pick up an illness like a headache or a sore back just from walking in the grocery store. So I understand your need for companionship with people, but I think the best thing you can do is learn how to deal and live day to day with your gifts. And I want I want you to love yourself, because it's a very special gift. It's nothing to be negative about. And it feels like you've had it for a long time, but you can't turn it off and you can't throw it in the garbage and go, I don't want to do that. It really has to be dealt with. And I think you're going to be wonderful. I do feel like you have a lot of love in your heart. And you need to give it and get it.
I totally understand. Yes. Okay.
You kick yourself. You kick yourself for responding to life's energies. And I don't want you to kick yourself anymore. I want you to embrace that. You know, many, many people would love to be as sensitive as you are. And you really appreciate it when you get a control of it and you know what's going on around you without it running you, without knowing. Yeah, it's going to be great. I think it's going to be great. So get involved with that. Have you felt like you've had a higher purpose, but you haven't found that higher purpose yet? Like there's something
I am actually working on it. I totally feel it. I'm here to do something. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but that's all I'm focusing on right now.
I would say from a perspective of being clairvoyant, that part of that feeling is that you were born with the gifts of empath and intuitive, and the universe is asking you to learn as much as you can so you can turn around and help the suffering world and the painful world by bringing in light. You have a lot of light and love. And with those gifts, the universe is asking you to share those. Does that make sense?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So that's why I was hesitant. I mean,
go ahead.
Sorry?
No, go ahead. You were born with that feeling that you were born with that feeling of wanting and needing to do more. Like there's an expectation. And
education?
No, expectation.
Oh, expectation. Okay.
Yes. So I do think that that's what the universe is asking. And as far as career or finances, has it felt like a push and a pull? Like maybe you go 2 steps and you go 2 steps back?
I never really seem to have a steady job. And right now, after COVID, I should be able to, I need to find a new job, but I have no clue what I will be doing. I'm just hoping it will be related to the purpose, but I should be looking for a job soon, and I have no clue.
I see you with a lot of books.
Books? Okay.
Yeah. Are you looking through books already?
I am actually in school.
Okay. I see you in like a library. Okay, so do you go on campus? Because I see you on campus, and this is what I see. I see something around the campus, hiring, and that's where you work. It has to do with people, but more like a receptionist or someone that leads people to different places.
Hmm.
I'm going to try to make that clear, okay? I sense in a doctor's office, maybe. More like a receptionist.
Okay.
Are you with me?
Sorry.
Hello?
Kind of breaking up. Yeah. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I hear you. I think that you're going to be working in a medical clinic.
Oh, okay.
And that it's somewhere near your campus. Not a big hospital, but it seems like a small campus or a small clinic.
Okay.
And that should come about really soon.
Okay.
And that it gives you enough time to study.
Okay.
And there's a guy that goes with that. Probably around the fall, I see that you do start dating someone. I think that the biggest.
Would that be the soulmate?
I don't know. Let's see. Check it out. I would say more like a twin flame. It's a very.
Is it a challenging twin flame, or is it kind of kindred soul twin flame? Would that be a challenging relationship? Okay,
kindred.
Thank you.
I think he adores you.
Okay.
I think he adores you.
Okay.
Yes, we usually learn from our twin flames. What I want you to do is love yourself more than anyone else can. Can you do that for me?
Yes. I'm working on it. I promise you. I'm working on it every day.
Good. And I see everything working out. You just have to learn about yourself and your gifts and how to navigate through the universe with it. It's not very easy when you start. It's very not easy when you don't know about it, but it gets better and better and better. And that's what's going to happen for you. It'll get better.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's exactly how I'm planning. I guess my dream's coming true. Okay. I see 555. It's 5 o'clock, 55 minutes right now.
Is there anything else I can answer for you?
You did plenty for me today. Thank you so much.
Well, do you have a good night, and thank you so much for letting me read for you. And I hope everything just turns out great for you with the sensitivities. That's really great.
I believe. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's all validation and confirmation for me. Thank you. You have a great evening.
You too. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So here we are again, and those were the readings for tonight. And I hope that you guys hang in there with the A1R Psychic Radio and continue to call in and continue to get some fantastic readings. I will be here again next week. And again, you can get private readings from me through www.psychicpass.com, and you can message me at Psychic Pass Facebook. That's where I always am. I just love seeing how everyone is getting along and looking at my page and letting me know certain things, and I'm learning from you. So, yeah, I hope that everybody has a great week, and I hope you enjoyed the show tonight. Stick around. We got more coming. All right. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.Wixsite.com/Perry Lyons.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or movestruck.tv.
This is New York City Celebrity Psychic
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, cherished ducklings. Welcome to Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic. I'm very happy to see you. Well, in my mind's eye, I can't actually see you physically, but anyway, so this is going to be a slightly interesting show. I haven't slept for like 40 hours. No substances, just being super responsible. And I was going to do the tarot weather, but I have no idea what I just did with my tarot cards. Welcome to the land of professionalism. Anyway, hi. It's been kind of a strange week. If you felt a little, not off exactly today, but a little sort of dreamy and maybe pleasantly ineffective, it's because the moon was what's called void of course today for quite a long time. That's when the moon, some days the moon is in Aquarius and then it goes into Pisces, but sometimes the moon just doesn't feel like going into the next sign, so it just has a cocktail and kicks back. And when moon is void of course, we don't get a lot done, but we feel kind of relaxed, and it's not a time to push ourselves. And speaking of pushing ourselves, so let's see, what can I tell you? I think probably we'll just take our first caller because I am barely articulate. Although I did have an insight I wanted to share with you guys about what's coming up next. Because it's kind of easy to focus on the really difficult stuff because it's a weird time. But I have been noticing that people, like my friends and clients and people I spy on across the street with my telescope, oops, did I say that outside of my head? Sorry. People are sort of slowing down and getting a little realer. And by realer, I mean, I'm noticing that people are responding more to who someone actually is in their character, their kindness, rather than, for instance, how much their outfit costs or how much, Botox they've had. Although, frankly, I would really like to have some Botox right about now. Anyway, and I think one of the things that's going to come out of this difficult time is a time when people are more authentic, when we've learned to slow down a bit. I know a lot of people, and I don't know if I'd be interested to hear if you guys have noticed this, but a lot of people are discovering new interests or new talents or just learning stuff. I suddenly fell in love with gardening, and no one was more surprised. So I've been like planting these gorgeous, incredibly flashy flowers and getting my hands in the dirt, and it feels great. I did try to learn conversational Greek, but Greek people ask me not to. No talent for languages. So I'd be curious to hear what you've been kind of enjoying or discovering or finding you had a talent for or just an interest in. The moon just went into Scorpio today, so about an hour ago. So if you're feeling a little intense, woo! A Leo, we're in Leo now, which is great. But Leo sun and a Scorpio moon can make for some kind of intense emotions and intense, dramatic, acting them out emotions. So just, count to 10 before you say anything. Oh, I just saw my next caller is Taurus in Spring Hill. Oh, I love that name, Taurus. Also, the last thing I'm going to say is that I'm noticing in every one of my clients and a lot of my friends that people who've been hanging on to a fantasy of what their partner could be and maybe putting up with a little more doo-doo than they should because they're so invested in this fantasy of like this person will change and they'll be nice to me, and they've been nice to me occasionally, and I'm noticing that people are just getting bored with investing in a fantasy, and they're starting to realize that who somebody is generally is who they are. So, unless they make a really concerted effort to change. So if you're a woman who is pining for somebody who doesn't have that much time for you, or sometimes doesn't treat you so well, but maybe he'll change. He's not going to change. Get the hell out of there. Because you deserve man, woman, llama, other, whoever you are, and whatever gender or not you identify as. You deserve to be treated with kindness, and you deserve to be seen as your best self. And don't settle for anything else. The great writer Somerset Maugham once said, I found out that if you decide not to settle for anything but the best, you just get the best. So on that note, I'm thrilled to be talking to Taurus. And hi, thanks for calling.
Good evening. How you doing?
Oh, the voice. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing
Cool.
all right.
I just want to listen to you talk. I almost don't care what you say. It's like you have a great voice. I like to connect to people by asking when their birthday is. I'm going to assume yours is in May, like May 12th. Is that correct?
No, July 17th, actually.
Okay, maybe it was the fact that your name is Taurus that threw me off. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
Yeah. I know a girl named September who was born in October. I should introduce you to. July 27th. Happy birthday. Did you have a good birthday?
No, July 17th.
Oh, 17th. Okay.
Yeah, the 17th. 17th July.
Did you have a good birthday then?
It was all right. I was, relaxing. I don't really party too much anymore, so that's not a big deal to me anymore.
I think next year you're going to have a really good birthday. So how can I help you, my love? It feels like you have kind of a burning question, but you're a little embarrassed to ask it. Will you trust me and ask it anyway?
Okay. Basically, it's a step that I want to take. It's a move that I want to make, and I'm not sure if that's why. not what I'm used to. And it's just weird things been happening. Like just a lot of signs, just a lot of different instances. Like I was in the store the other day, and the lady just stopped me, and she was like, she brought up my mom, and that was my mom and my grandmother were real pivotal figures in my life. Like those were my heroes. Like I wasn't in the Batman and all that other stuff. They were real big in my life because those were the people I always see dealing with the adversity and stuff like that. And my grandma was the type to not sugarcoat, and I appreciated that about her. So it's just I've been getting a lot of signs lately. I've been seeing them as signs.
She passed. Yeah.
Yeah. They both passed.
I'm so sorry. There were. Okay, they just showed up. Didn't expect that. You are so loved. Oh man, you're their baby boy. You have I can't see you obviously, but what I get is that you have very beautiful eyes. You've got almost these almond-shaped eyes. That's either your mother or your grandmother. Those are some beautiful women. Interesting thing about both of them is they were incredibly strong, but also incredibly tender and loving. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
My mom. Yeah.
When was your mom's birthday?
Say again?
When was your mom's birthday?
Where was my mom? Where was she born?
No, just what was her sign? What day was she born? Yeah.
She used to celebrate 2 birthdays. So I want to say it was the 13th or the 14th. But she used to celebrate 2 days. She tried to celebrate 2 birthdays. She said she was born at the Cup. But 13th and the 14th.
So did you say March?
October. Yeah, I know in October.
Probably the 14th. What I get.
Yeah. That's what everybody else used to say. They used to say she used to try to get 2 birthday parties.
For somebody who had so much presence, she was also very modest.
Yeah.
Your mom is one of the best people I've ever tuned in on. She went through hardships like you can't believe, but she didn't complain. She had real faith. She and her mom were close. They're a little too much alike to always get along, I think. But what they did have in common, and still have in common, is that they loved you very much. I'm sorry, it feels like your mom passed young. And I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, man, she was 50, I'm going to say 52.
Oh, really?
52.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was 52, I think.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's way too young. So, she's fine now. Honestly, they both showed up. Your grandmother has a broader face, like wider cheekbones, and your mother has more delicate features, but oh God, they're great. Was your grandmother from an island?
No.
Oh.
But there's probably something that I didn't know.
I think there was a lot.
That I knew
of. So, you're wondering about this move, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And it is far. Is it possible that you're being asked to step out of your comfort zone and your way of being so you can expand into your bigger self, because I feel that 2022 is going to be an extraordinary year for you. But I think moving, even though it's scary and it's different and it's, but I think you'll discover a part of yourself. And honestly, your mom would like you to do this too, because she saw and believed in what I'm going to call your greatness. And you haven't quite stepped into it yet, but you're going to. But you're going to have to take some risks, and risks are uncomfortable and scary, but I think these risks are really going to pay off. Are you moving like to San Diego? Are you moving like 3,000 miles away? Where are you moving?
Colorado Springs.
Oh, it's beautiful there. Oh.
Yeah, I've been looking up the area and just different things. It looks nice. That's right. That's my speed. Like the scenery and I never seen snow either. So
really?
It snowed. Really? I've never seen snow. I was in New York years and years ago, and I left on a Monday and it snowed that night.
That's so fun. That's so cool.
Missed it by a few hours.
I grew up in upstate New York, so I've seen snow enough for both of us. It's funny because I call him my fake nephew, but he's my heart. My best friend's son moved to Colorado Springs about 3 months ago, and he's African American. He's incredibly talented and gorgeous, but he's from New York, and he's like, they don't have many people like me out here. And she said, at first it was difficult, but now I'm like king of the castle. So that's really funny. He's really enjoying it. I think you mentioned a lady before, or did I hear you wrong? If that's going to work out, it's going to work out whether you move to Jupiter, Colorado Springs, or the center of the earth. I think there's real potential there because I think she sees you, and I think she sees you sort of the way that your mom and your grandmother did. I think she sees your light and your greatness. And I think she would be very good for you. I think she'd be very supportive. And it's really important for you, especially Taurus, to have a strong, supportive woman in your life. You've always had it. You need that. I mean, you're such a man. But, real men know that they need that feminine energy to sort of, encourage them and cheer them on and make the house pretty. And but I can see something happening with this woman. She has a previous entanglement that you feel she's not quite over. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're
That's
what?
Yeah. I don't know. It could be not to make it sound weird, but there could be a number of women.
Mm-hmm.
But
you're very attractive.
The one that the one who I really wanted it to be recently it hasn't been that great. But it's funny that you brought up somebody seeing me in a bright light, or somebody seeing some potential because I went to my old job last night and the girl was just asking one of the managers like where I was, and I just happened to come around the corner. And before I tried to, I tried to be her friend. She didn't want to give me the time of day. But now, it's open. But she was kind of bummed when I told her I was thinking about going out to Colorado Springs. So,
yes.
It's kind of funny that you brought that one up.
That is my job. And yeah, I like her. And she was very bummed. She's, have you met her before? The woman that
I met her.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, this is a time when people from our past are coming back. And she's grown up in a lot of ways. She's much more mature. She's had some tough stuff happen, but I like her. And I think she really sees you as I would want your partner to see you. I mean, to really see how cool you are and how talented. If it's okay, I think we're probably just going to stay in this call. I'm sorry if we have another caller waiting, but I've just got a few more things that, honestly, Taurus's mother and grandmother are talking in each ear. I'm sorry. Is that okay with Dick? I'm asking my producer, who's the world's handsomest and most charming man. I'm not trying to get anything from you, David. Yeah, I want to stay with Taurus. Thank you. See, flattery will get you everywhere. Yeah, it feels to me like you came out of a dark time and you're really heading into the sunshine. Oh no, now I'm going to start singing that song from Wizard of Oz. Come out of the dark, come out of the sun, come out of the night. Step into the sun, step into the light, and open your eyes. And I'm sorry, I'm trying to be a munchkin. It's not.
That's all right. That's all right.
Although I can do, I'll get you, my pretty, and your little dog too. Okay, that was scary. Sorry. It's I think a lot of people. You went through a period of people betraying you for a while, and I think you got kind of a tough shell. You're such a pussycat underneath that, which is true about like real men. They have, they're real men, but inside they're sensitive. But I think you got kind of disillusioned with people over the last couple of years. Friends who didn't step up, and I'm sorry about that. But I think that period is over because you did not sink to their level. You have kept your ethics, you've kept your loyalty, you've kept your integrity. And those people, your old crowd, they're leaving. Your old life is kind of coming, that cycle is coming to an end. Your new cycle is, okay, sometimes I'll get colors when I'm thinking about somebody's future.
Mm-hmm.
And the color I'm getting for you is my favorite color to see around people. It's a sort of golden yellow. And what it means is that you're going to be experiencing happiness again, and more happiness than you thought you were capable of. I think you're very sensitive, and I think you kind of got the stuffing kicked out of you. But I think you're coming into the next 2 years, and I think you're coming into your own. You have a number of different talents. I mean, I'm telling you right now, as somebody who's done voice work professionally, that you could work tomorrow. You beautiful voice. You have an appreciation of art and music. You might want to start exploring just kind of doing checking those out as kind of hobbies and fun for you over the next couple of years, you're very good at managing people. Is that right?
Yeah. Oh man, that's funny you brought that up. Okay. All right. Okay. Go ahead. Keep going. Keep going.
We've got 60 seconds, so I'm going to do my New York Brooklyn girl thing and talk really fast. Okay.
Okay.
You've got an amazing talent. You're very likable. People just like you because they can tell you're trustworthy. The management talent you have is that you manage to lead without people catching you leading. So you make them think it's their idea, right? I'm totally right.
Right.
Now, the thing is that you're so honest that you don't like to feel like you're manipulating people or telling them what to do. But you're not. You're helping them. And that's one thing that's really going to come up. And I think that you're also going to be involved in something to do with the arts, which probably won't be your main job, but that's really coming up for me. And I think
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Gemma Spirit World with Gemma. Live from GemmaSpiritWorld.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Gemma Spirit World
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone. I am Gemma, your host tonight. How are we all doing? My goodness, it's I can't believe that, it just feels like the weeks are flying. I know I keep saying this every week, but it's like it's either at the start of the month or nearly coming to the end of the month. And it just feels like that in between goes really quick. And it's, we're coming out of July, and here on the Gold Coast, Australia, the sun isn't shining, and I love sunny days. It's where I feel very recharged, and it just really lights up my soul when I see that beautiful sunlight just, coming out, shining its light out through the sky and, sending off its rays of warmth. And on days like this, it's very gloomy, and generally my emotions, my feelings, they kind of just get really low. But I've been trying to make a big effort to not get all gloomy and not to get tired or think that I need to lay down, or just to have, to snuggle up in the, the warmth inside. So I've really made a big effort to put on some music, create movement, create that flow, so I don't feel like today's going really slow. I've been catching up with friends. I've been, doing things that really light up my day. One thing that I really have been enjoying, I love Louise Hay's books. I love her. I love her DVDs that she has, her inspiration, her deck cards, and I've been reading the book, The Power Is Within You, and I've read this numerous times, and what I like about Louise Hay's is that you can just open up, like wherever that you're intuitively guided to. I just grab the book and I just open up, and generally wherever my eyes are guided to land on particular words, they really sing out to my soul. And I know that her words that she writes, really, it's like she is writing to my soul, and I know this is where all the healing begins. And so I just, like today, I just open up the book and it will fall on a word and a thought or a situation, and it just, makes me really think about my life and my lessons and what I'm going through. And she really uplifts my heart, my life. She even just to, I know that, with every thought we think really creates our future. And she really reminds me that, we create our experiences by our thoughts and our words and how we feel. So I know that in situations where it just made me really, be present. That's the power. The power that's within us is that when we live in this present moment, we are aware of our conversations that we have with people, and to really listen to who we are connecting with, and what kind of people we are attracting into our life. So on sunny days, I've been putting it out to the universe to be happy and to smile, and to really reach out to people that really uplifts your energy. And I know that we can all do it. Just know that you're not alone. And basically, so that's my inspiration of the week. Pick a book that you're guided intuitively to maybe read some inspirational quote out of. If you're feeling down, just that's what I love. I have this big collection behind me, and it's all my beautiful books. And I just pick a book, open up the page, and I'm guided to a message. And generally that message is for you, and you can relate to it in somehow that you're going about your day or a situation that you're stuck in. Alrighty, so we're going to connect. We have Gina from Wildwood, New Jersey, USA. Hello, Gina. How are you doing tonight?
Good. How are you?
Very well, thank you. How can I help you?
I'm hoping you could tell me a little bit about my future and my happiness.
Yep. Sure. Okay. So what I'm seeing at the moment, are you planning on moving? Because I keep seeing there's lots of things going around your house at the moment. I have an image of your house, but it feels like there's a lot of chaos. There has been a lot of chaos in the last few months, but are you planning on traveling or moving around?
I'm sorry, I can't really hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm seeing for you, I keep seeing images in front of me. I have images of your house in front of me. Are you planning on moving? Because what I'm seeing is that in the last few months, it feels like there's been lots of activity, lots of lots of chaos around you, around your home life, and that could be just with the people around you as well. It just feels it's very suffocating. Are you planning on moving or wanting to move? Because I keep feeling like there's yeah. Have you got
I have a
movement?
very bad connection here. I can barely hear you, and you keep fading out.
Okay. 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 Let me just see. Let me see. Can you hear me now?
Yes, a little bit better, I think.
Okay. All right. Just let me know that if you cannot hear me, because I can hear you perfectly fine from my end. All right.
Sorry,
So.
no. The more you keep talking, you keep blinking out.
Okay. Let me just see what I can do. Can you hear me now properly? Okay, so I'm just going to give you the reading. If you cannot hear me, then the best thing would be to replay this. Okay, you can replay this later. So what I'm seeing around your life at the moment is that there's change in movement around your home life, and I see that there's a movement in your house, so moving locations in the next 3 to 6 months. I just feel like there's, at the moment, you just feel suffocated, like things are really heavy and on top of your shoulders. I know that you have a lot of pressure from work and family. It's like you hold a lot of responsibility on your shoulders. You feel like you're always helping others out, but when it comes to people helping out you, it seems to be hard work. So what I'm getting is that, I keep seeing you putting the foot down. So this is a time for you to put the foot down, create those healthy boundaries around you, around your personal life as well as your work life. And I know that what I'm seeing in the next 3 to 6 to 12 months is that you're going to feel so much lighter. I do see, yes, I've got the house change, the house movement there for you. What I'm also seeing for you with work, I see you traveling back a lot. So whether there's, there's lots of movement around you, but it's like, what I'm seeing is there's lots of traveling back and forth as well. So I keep hearing clients, clients in service of others. But it also feels like there's a direction change within your work life as well. But I also keep hearing, okay, so don't be afraid to speak up within work, because I keep hearing your boss, and your boss is male, by the way. So what I'm hearing is that he can be very over the top, even come across a little bit intimidating, but I know that he means well. It's just that sometimes, when we quite sensitive, and it's when we're a very sensitive person, and I feel that you have, empath abilities, that you can tune into other people's, you just know how somebody's feeling, and if they're having a bad day, you really pick up on that vibe. And what I'm getting is that don't take it personal, when it comes to your boss, when he's not having a good day, he means well. So to really, what I'm seeing for you is to listen, to really carry on, not let his feelings what's the word? And I'm trying to say, just protect your energy, basically. Don't take on other people's feelings. I also see you in charge around your work life, so don't be afraid to speak up, and don't be afraid to just to stand up, because it feels like there's somebody around you that I'm getting. Let me just see. There's someone coming through around you with work, pushes buttons around you. So it's like a management role is what I'm seeing, is that you take charge, and there's always that one little person that kind of pushes your buttons, and you know, it's just a time for you to step up. Also, what I've got around you for you, I keep seeing, okay, a letter M keeps coming through. So I just wanted to let you know that if you have somebody with the name, with the letter that starts with M, female energy around you, feels very close, might even be a daughter or a sister coming through. She's like obviously alive still, but I'm just getting that if she's got a birthday coming up. But I keep seeing lots of roses around her, so I'm not, so generally when flowers come through, it's just letting me know there's celebrations coming through. But more so, you know, there's lots of new changes coming your way. Just not to, what I keep hearing from Spirit is to stop procrastinating. You know, do the things that you need to do, and good luck with the movement. You know, good luck with the move, and don't be afraid to use that voice. And yes, alrighty. So thank you, Gina from New Jersey, USA. Alrighty. So we have Megan from Newport, New Virginia, USA. Hello, Megan. How are you tonight?
I'm pretty good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. In what areas would you like me to help you in?
If you could connect with anybody that has passed over for me, I'd very much appreciate it.
Yep, okay. Just let me tune into your energy for a little bit, because when I just spoke to you before, I've had someone that's coming through, and I feel very heavy around the chest area. Let me just feel for a sec. And throat area as well. My throat. Okay, so let me just 1 second. I just feel for the energy, because it's like whoever I have in the room at the moment is putting pressure on my chest, my heart chakra, and around my throat area as well. Okay, I have a male coming through. He's also acknowledging, what he's acknowledging is his head. It's like a head trauma. It's like my head hurts. My head, my chest,
Okay.
and around my throat. Does this resonate with a loved one coming through?
Yes.
Okay. And a male as well. I just want to make sure that I have the correct person here.
And that'd be the first one I lost.
Yeah, okay. So this loved one that's coming through at the moment. Okay, so he's coming through and he's showing me, was he the kind of person, was he like a business person, did well in sales, business talk? Because what he's showing me, he keeps showing me this tie, and I know that, you know, it's just, it's like he's basically very professional in his work. Was very professional in his, yeah.
He wasn't a businessman, really, per se.
Yeah. So he wasn't a businessman? Is that what you just said?
He was not a businessman, per se.
Okay. And was his work very professional? Because it's like what he's showing me is that I keep saying what I'm seeing around him is everyday clothes, and then he steps into the role of he was very business-like in the fact that, you know, he was very professional in what he did. Communication is interesting because my throat area, okay, so just a question, with this loved one that's passed, did he have cancer at all? Did he suffer from cancer?
No.
Okay. Because my throat really, it feels like I'm just having trouble breathing at the moment. And it's like, as much as I like to talk about like his personality and what's coming through, he's really showing me, I'm really drawn to the areas in his body. He wants me to show, he's trying to show me areas in his body at the moment. My head hurts as well, so I'm not really sure what's going on there. I'm just asking him to show me something else so we don't, you know, obviously, you know, talk, you know, I'm asking for a message basically from this loved one that's coming through.
Yeah, I had a loss of a head trauma. I had one I lost from head trauma, and I lost one as well from what they deem suicide. So it could be either or. And that's why I'm having difficulty deciphering which one's coming through.
Okay, sorry about that, lovely. Okay, and now I'm understanding. So it's just, I was wondering why my throat area and then in my head was, okay, so that's, okay, so I'm going to say I have two in the room here at the moment. What's one of them is showing me, did one of them have a child, a little girl? Because what I'm being shown is, I'm being shown a pink teddy bear. Can you resonate with a pink teddy bear? Yep.
They both have had little girls.
Okay, let me just ask another message again to see what else they're showing me. Okay, so what's coming through is a white car. They're showing me a white car. Can you resonate with a white car with one of them?
Other than purity and maybe marriage.
Okay, let me just see what else is coming through. Okay, so with this person at the moment, I keep seeing lots of buckets of water. So whether they were a plumber or they used to work on a building site, I keep seeing lots of buckets around them filled with water. They let me know they're a handyman, really good with their hands, but building things.
No, not so much. Neither of them.
Okay, let me just see what else we've got here. Okay, so the number 9 is coming through. Do you resonate with the number 9? Even September.
9 September would be my mother.
Okay, let me just see. Okay.
That makes a little more sense, connecting.
Okay. I just see what else is coming through. I just want to just see who. Okay. I keep hearing soup, made lots of soup. You know, was a good cook. Liked to cook. I keep smelling food. I keep smelling like warm food.
It's smelling what I'm saying.
Is this in reference to your mum? Because I keep smelling soups.
Fruit.
Soup.
I don't know.
S-O-U-P. Soup. Okay, so what also I have overalls. I keep seeing somebody in overalls, and when I see overalls, it can either be a painter or a mechanic. I keep seeing the dirty overalls, and hence why I had the white car come through as well. Anyone in like work on cars?
Yeah.
Okay, can you pinpoint that one to the loved one that, because I keep showing me that he's working on cars, had a love for cars, and his mind, it was like, you know, he very smart, didn't say a lot, but at the same time kept himself busy with helping others. He keeps showing me the car parts. I even see a motorbike coming through as well, a motorbike, like really good mechanically, good with his hands.
Yeah.
Okay, so I also have that. Also, are you expecting a letter to come in the mail soon? Are you waiting on whether it's something to do financially or something to do with your finances? Something, it's coming your way. I keep seeing a letter box. You're expected to receive something soon.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so I've got that coming through about your letterbox. It's like there's something that's coming through regards money.
Okay.
So also what I keep seeing is I get shown a ring. So from the two loved ones that I've passed here, was one of them about to get married? Because there was something to do with the ring, because it's like I keep seeing there's two, but I keep seeing two rings, but it's like two rings on one finger, but I'm really drawn to one of the rings. It was quite I've got red around there. It may not be red, but I'm really drawn to the color red. It was given, but it wasn't given. Something going on about the ring.
And red would be ruby, which that would be my husband coming through. I have his grandmother's ruby ring.
Okay, so he's coming through. He's showing me about the ring. Also with a message from your loved ones coming through. Okay. So in regards to your home at the moment, are you waiting on getting stuff? Are you waiting on things to get done or repaired around your house? Are you having trouble with people doing things for you around the house or servicing?
Absolutely.
Yes. So what they're letting me know is that, it's okay. So what they're letting me know is your loved ones have passed is that to reach out to other people, like, stop waiting, not to wait for people to call you back. Keep reaching out to other people. If you don't get a call back within the week, to reach out to somebody else. It's like, just don't go with one person, really branch out to others, seek advice, seek quotes. Don't rely on one person is what's coming through.
Okay.
Also, there's something going on around the family table. I'm not sure, but whether there's a certain conversation or situation that needs or has been. But I keep seeing the family table is what they're showing me, and it's like, let me just see. There's some kind of back and forth with it. Or I don't know. There's some kind of family affair or family issue going on around the family table. Does this resonate with you or within the family? And it's like an issue that hasn't been resolved, but it's like or an issue that keeps coming up that gets spoken about.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's coming through. And what's coming through about that, the message in regard to that is, you know the answer, and I get intuitively, you know what's best for everybody.
Okay. Yeah.
Also, what I keep seeing for you, I also keep seeing yellow flowers around you. Do you have yellow flowers or can resonate with the yellow flower?
No.
When I see yellow flowers, and I know that I brought up the Cancer before, but I think of daffodils for some reason, and that's what's coming through to me. But do you have anyone else, and I'm getting more with the female energy around you, that had cancer or is suffering, going through cancer treatments at the moment? Doesn't mean they've passed. Have you got someone around you that has cancer or going through sufferings of cancer?
Possibly myself. I don't know. Other than that, my husband's or my aunt's husband is suffering with cancer at the moment.
Okay, I've just got that coming through too. Also, I see there's lots of support around you, and the message that's coming through is that you're not alone. Don't be afraid to reach out to others, people that you don't even know. Help is always there. What I also keep hearing, do you have a clock in the background that keeps playing up or was quite loud? A clock.
A what?
A clock. Do you have a clock in your house that's loud or makes noise?
Yeah, when every second it click, 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 every second that it ticks.
Yeah, that's what your spirit loved ones are letting me know, is that they're playing with the clock, is to get your attention. So what you're thinking at the time when you notice that clock noise, take note what you're thinking at the time when you notice the clock, because that's confirmation that with what you're thinking that you're on the right track of where you're heading. Just take note of what's going on around that time when you hear the noise of the clock, is what they're letting me know. Also, I keep seeing around you, and I see, okay, so I've also got, I know that you said there's maintenance going in and around your home, and they're showing me that to really do your research before you give money out. So basically just to research, to really get the quotes you need first before you purchase anything, because they want you to be, they're basically here around you, protecting you and guiding you to the right kind of people to help you around the house. I think we may have lost Megan, and I know that she can go back and watch and listen to the replay. But she has her loved ones around her. She has 3 of them around her in spirit, and they are all, they always watching and protecting her. Okay, I'd like to thank everyone for tuning in to A1R Psychic Radio. I love when spirits come through. It is one of my favourite things, is to connect loved ones to people that they haven't, or just want to know that everything's okay, or have some kind of message passed through. I would love everyone to follow me on my Facebook page, Gemma Spirit World, and I wish everyone a lovely rest of the week. Thank you, everyone.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Persian Medium I Am Power with Pia Johan. Pia Johan, live from PersianMedium.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Persian Medium I Am Power
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Thank you. Thank you, Mother Nature. Thank you for all the gifts and all the blessings. We hear you loud and clear. We hear your aching heart, and we hear your call for renewal.
Thank you, coronavirus. Thanks for the opportunities. Thanks for the opportunity of a lifetime to gain an unparalleled enlightenment. I thank the universe for the opportunities it is providing us now. the opportunity to slow down and reflect on our lives, the opportunity to rethink our being and the purpose of our lives, the opportunity to spend time with those around us and our loved ones, the opportunity to better get to know my partner, my kids, the love of my life, my parents, and all. The opportunity to reevaluate our lives and our life directions as well as our purposes. The opportunity to refocus, re-energize, reorganize, rebuild ourselves. The opportunities to get out of our busy and self-focused lives and pay attention to the world around us. The opportunity to value our friends and social interactions. The opportunity to have access to product and services when we want them. The opportunity to recognize and appreciate every little things in our life that we did not even see before. The opportunity that we love another. The opportunity to see that even the pretty faces on TV are nothing but an image. The opportunity to realize that my worth is not my status. The opportunity to understand that we all need one another. The opportunity to believe in ourselves and believe in our power and believe in God. Thank you, COVID-19. Thank you, coronavirus. Thank you for value our friends and our social interactions. For the opportunity to have access to products and services when we want them. The opportunities to recognize and appreciate every little things in our life that we did not even see it before. Thank you, coronavirus. Thank you. Thank you and thank you. Thank you for allowing us to put aside all our problems. Thank you for stopping us. Thank you so much. Thank you for making us appreciate the luxury we lived in. The abundance of products, freedom, health, wealth, love, and anything we wanted. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, coronavirus. The earth was begging us and begging us and begging us to stop for a very long time. And thank you that you help the earth to breathe, to feel fresh and rebuild herself. This virus is with us, is an inside of our brain, our mind, our body, our soul. This virus came to us to show us how little and how tiny we are. This virus shows us the opportunity to see that the king of all beings is vulnerable to a tiny virus. This virus came to our life to show us that we are nothing than just soul. And this virus came to our life to show us to be kind and lovable, to send positive energies and love to others. Thank you, coronavirus.
I thank the Mother Earth for providing us with an opportunity to listen to it again. I thank for the second chance for renewal and refreshment and replenishment. I thank the universe for cleansing and purging all the negativity created for so many years, the pollution, the warming, the abuse of resources, the waste and our ignorance to protect our homes and our community. The nature is acting and reacting to our misguided ways. Isn't it time for us perhaps take a page from the lesson to recognize what's around us? Thank for the blessings that are coming our ways each and every day. I trust the universe to guide me, protect me, and direct me to being better than the day before. I thank all the gifts that I receive each and every day in my life.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Jack Canfield, your host for Hollywood Live. My next guest, Fia Johansson, is an amazing person. She speaks 5 languages, which I find very impressive. She's emigrated to several countries, has a psychology degree from the University of Stockholm in Sweden. She is a hypnotherapist, clinical hypnotherapist and healer, and God knows probably other things I don't even know about. So I just want to welcome you to the show.
Thank you, Jack. Much. I'm so thankful.
To have you here. So tell us a little bit about your background and the work that you do.
Yes, my name is Fia Johansson, as you said, and I'm a clinical hypnotherapist, and I hijack the subconscious mind, or basically I say that subconscious mind surgeon.
I love that, subconscious brain surgeon.
Yes, exactly. And also I'm helping police officers and private investigators, law enforcement, to finding missing people, helping them with the murder cases and individual cases that come to me from people. Mm-hmm. So all my life I find my purpose to helping others, and it was easy. I mean, as long as I know I exist, I have to help others, and it doesn't matter how. And the funny part, they found me. I never go after anybody. They found me, they asked me, and I'm helping them as much as I can.
That's beautiful. Now, when did you realize you were psychic?
I was 7.5. So a friend of mine was in my house, and they wanted back home, they want to go home, and I just said, no, please don't go. And my grandma says they had to. I says, no, please, because I feel incensed that if your guy's going, then there's going to be a car crash. So they both kind of like, just come on, stop it. It's nothing going to happen. Just she just want to let the friend stay. So my mom was like, okay, just go to your room, have fun, nothing is going to happen. 2 hours later, they phoned us and says, well, unfortunately, they had a car crash. Nothing bad had happened to them, but they had a car crash and they was in the hospital. So from there, my mom said, gosh, I should be scared. I was like, wow, I don't even know why I even said that, and why when I said that, things happened. And I never been normal, like as a child. I always could feel, sense. I always been afraid of dark. I always felt that when I'm actually in the dark, or actually in the dark room, I felt the heat, connection, kind of sense of somebody touching or trying to communicate with me in a very proper way, but in a way that if I could actually tell everybody could say, you're crazy, you're getting crazy. Oh my God, take this lady to the doctor, or little girl to the doctor. But then later on, when I was at the age of 14, I started to realize that, I may be an empath. Or maybe why, when every single person actually dying, people communicating with me after they are dying. So what's wrong with me? What's wrong with them? So then I study about medium and mediumship. And I moved from my country to Stockholm. And let's just say about that stories. Well, my career started from there. It was October 6, 1999. It was almost minus 30 degrees, super cold. And it was just about 2 weeks that I moved from my country to Stockholm. I couldn't speak English. I couldn't speak Swedish. I just could speak Persian and a little of Italian. I went to the grocery store and I saw like, oh, somebody is just running behind and with the gun in hand. I was like, is it correct? That was the gun? What was it? So I saw that all of a sudden shooting, and also the police officers and a lot of people get into the stores. And as I do remember, I stopped the cops to not following and going through the place that he wanted to. And he trying to push me away. So it's like, don't stop me, I have to go. And I was like, no, don't, because he can kill you. And I don't even know how I told him that he could understood what I meant by don't, you're gonna be killed. I stopped him, so I hold him like that. I do remember that. I was like little, tiny, just was cold, but I felt like I have to stop him. However, my career started from there. They understood that if I couldn't really realize and replace that person that was behind the wall, then the officer could be killed very easily in the head. So from there they asked me a question, how you stopped the officer? How did you know that this guy was hiding behind the door and the wall? And I told them, well, that was my life and my stories and everything. So then they said, you know what, we need you, and you should just be part of us. I was just 14, I was just like a teenager. 13. Yeah, and they've been super excited, they've been amazed by everything that I did so far for them. And I started working with them until I moved to America. So I'm still working with them on the phone. So if they have a cases, they're calling me, they're telling me. And there's a large of clients of mine that they're calling me from everywhere, from Australia, you know, London, Canada, whatever. And that's why I developed the Avid Advice platform for myself to let people talk to me and communicate with me about their problems. But right now, my most amazing, better say, gift that I have is about finding missing people, helping officers and investigators to solving their cases.
Fascinating, fascinating. I'm curious, most people, if you were to survey the average American, would say they don't believe in psychics, they don't believe in mediums. Well, when you were growing up, was that an issue for you?
As I said, mine was always word of mouth. So I mean, every single person who actually came to me first, they've been non-believer until they see something with their own eyes. Mostly, as you know, like officers, private investigators, they are not really logical. They're kind of more logical, not biological.
Right.
And when a psychic or medium telling them don't do, it's kind of hard for them to accept from the beginning until actually they know that, oh, she knows what she's talking about. So for me, it was hard until they start to believe in, oh, she does. 2 years ago, I found missing pilot, the black box of the missing pilot. Coast Guard communicated with me and says like, we are looking for that missing pilots, and the instructor, can you help us? I said, you are guys close by to the ocean, and it's just not the right place because I can hear what he's telling me exactly where he is right now. And they said, what we should do now is to send a helicopter and I will guide you guys where to go. And we found the black box, and LAPD confirmed that, Coast Guard confirmed that was from the same flight. And I was in NBC News, and then after that, people just starting to call and communicate more, so that's why I developed Avid Advice, for them to communicate more then, yeah.
Sophia, your success has obviously been amazing. You've been on television, you're solving problems for everybody, including law enforcement, and doing what would often be considered miraculous things. What do you attribute your amazing success to?
Believe in myself, believe in my abilities, knowing my market. I always telling to everyone, because I am helping people to develop their businesses as well. It doesn't matter what type of businesses, but by helping them how to create. So I always tell everybody, just look into what market wants from you. Don't say what market can bring to me, because market would never bring anything to you until you bring quality to market. My only word to every single business entrepreneur, woman business entrepreneur, is about believe in yourself. Always quality bring always quantity. Remember that. And look around and see exactly what you need, what your market need, and also get in tune with your soul and see who are you, how are you, and if you are okay. Because if you do not have control over your life, then you do not have over control over your business, then over your life and over everything. So stay away from negative people, for negativities, and just be yourself in every single moment and areas of your life.
Now, you may have just answered the next question I was going to ask you, which is, looking back from where you sit now, very successful, very confident. When you were looking back, let's say at the 20-year-old Fia, what would you have told her? Anything different than what you just said?
Never be afraid.
Never be afraid.
To show off.
To show off?
Yes. Because I was afraid always to show off, because when I left my country, I was just a teenager, and I've been together with a lot of Swedish, people, and I do remember the first time when I want to connect with them, they've been kind of super cold. It take time for them to just accept you in their group. So I always trying to hold myself back and in trying to let them to moving forward. Then I felt like, why I'm doing this? I'm a proud, beautiful young lady that I do everything by myself. I'm helping 1 million of people right now, and I do fantastic job with a lot of law enforcement officers. And why I'm trying to hold myself back and not speaking to them or just letting them to, take an action towards to whatever they are asking me or doing. You know what? It's time. Get up now. Just hold yourself up and just say, hello, this is me, Fia Johansson. So, and yeah, if I was just show off more and then could say that, you know what, good job, go for it. Never be afraid of talking, never be afraid of communicating with people, never be afraid of showing who you are as a person. Just be yourself in every single matter of your life. Whatever happened, wherever you are, whomever you are, and wherever you are end up with, you have to just be yourself.
Beautiful, beautiful. So if people want to reach you and take advantage of your talents, your skills, your gifts, where do they go? How do they find you?
There's a couple of ways, but the easiest way is if they can go to PersianMedium.com and AvidAwakening.com, and they can reach my platform, which is AvidAdvice.com. So, and then they sign up and they call and chat from there. Sometimes they sending me an email, because I'm receiving 1 million of emails. My assistant says, oh my God, Fiona, they want to prioritize this and prioritize that. But I will definitely get in with people when they call through Avid Advice, because that's the only way that I can communicate and connect with people directly. Yeah.
Beautiful.
And my Instagram, by the way, I have over 1,300,000 followers.
Good for you.
Which is, I'm happy. And every time when I'm actually having 60-second videos, I see, okay, 3 million views. Oh, thank you, God. So I'm happy that I'm helping them. I'm happy to make them to feel happy. I'm happy to make them and feel them happy.
Beautiful. Well, thank you, Fia.
Thank you so much.
You being on the show today. And for all of you, check out her website. She can help you with a lot of different things. So stick around, though. We have one more guest today. So see you in a couple minutes.
Watching Focus on South Florida.
Welcome back. Did you know that police departments across the country and even the CIA sometimes turn to psychics to help them solve cases? Victims' families looking for answers also turn to mediums for closure. Fiona Johansson is an author as well as a licensed psychologist and hypnotist. She's also claims to have psychic abilities that have saved lives, and she's perhaps best known for working with people to help find missing people when more conventional means come up short. I recently sat down with her to talk about how this all began and the advice she has for all of us. Okay, so what exactly do you do when you work with law enforcement and you work with the families of missing victims or unsolved crimes? What kind of work do you do with them?
Helping them to find some relief, some closure for family members, and also law enforcement to put all the puzzles together to find the real answer for the families.
How did this all come about? I mean, how did you discover this was actually something you were going to pursue, or that you had some sort of intuition to help people with this kind of work?
I was 7.5 when I found about my abilities. Then I started kind of like to feel something is not correct with me or right with me, because I can feel, sense, and connect with people before even I meet them, before even being in the place that they are, and I can even predict things 2 weeks before things happened. So basically, to me as a child, it was not really the cool experience, but then after that, after the age of 17, 18, and 19, I thought that's the fantastic things, because now I can feel and sense anything and everything in my way and my family's way to help. I moved from my country to Stockholm, Sweden when I was a teenager, when I was around the age of 16. So basically it was hard. It was not really easy for me, but what I learned, I do have ability. I am here for some very important purpose. I have to help others.
So how did this connection with law enforcement first happen? And aren't law enforcement officers initially skeptical about what kind of science is this? How are we going to solve a crime using
Actually,
someone?
they don't.
No?
CIA use psychics. FBI use psychics. They do not really, that's what we think they are. But you have to be real. You have to have some abilities, and you have to feel and sense and locate people, and actually do have some paranormal to trying to help them to locate people. So basically, when I started, I was at the age of 17. I was back in Stockholm. It was actually a very hot summer, and all of a sudden I felt that I have some very hot vision in my face. It sounds like someone trying to be killed, or someone already been killed, and it was already recent. I could feel, I could sense the blood and everything. Then I went to the store, and all of a sudden I see that yes, that was actually some sort of, homicide and other stuff all over the place. And I kind of remember that I tried to stop the officer and say, "Stop, don't go there." At that time, I couldn't speak English, I couldn't speak Swedish, and I don't even know how I could explain myself to that officer and hold him. He tried to push me. He says, "No, I have to just get out, or get me, or just please let me." But I do remember, I hold him and says, "If you go behind this wall, you will have a shot in your head and die right away." And almost 60 seconds after, they found the guy with the gun behind the wall, and if I did not stop the officer, he would be dead in second. So that was the moment that my career started with law enforcement in Stockholm.
Tell me about this book you're writing with Jack Canfield. We all know him for Chicken Soup for the Soul, and you're working on a project together.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Yes, the name of the book is Success Strategy. So it's all about success, how to hijack your subconscious mind, how to succeed, and what you can do to achieve better. So basically, when Jack chose me, I was shocked. I was like, wow, it's so fantastic, and I would love to be part of it. I already have a book. I already wrote a book before Jack asked me. It was back 2016, and the name was Recoding Your Brain for the Better Life.
You're also a hypnotist, and you have degrees in psychology. I want to point that out, too.
Yes, thank you so much, yes. But what was a very strong, powerful vision that come to me at that moment when Jack asked me about it, I feel like I knew it, that I will do something with Jack. And I could see 2 months before that I'm sitting in the same room that the last time me and Jack had a conversation with, and he asked, "I would love to go authoring together with you." I can't forget about that moment. I do remember I had tears in my eyes. And I was like, absolutely, I will do my best.
So we have to wrap up quickly, but what are a few tips that anyone can take with them in terms of keeping that negativity that might be around them outside of their
Believe in yourself. Be positive. Never live in your past. Past is past. Never live in the future, because future is future. Be in a moment. By being in the moment, you're always happy and connected to yourself. Negative thoughts, negative energies is all in our thought. The way that we are thinking, feeling, and connecting. You can easily remove and reduce them by just change your thought. You can easily hijack your subconscious. Be yourself, hijack your subconscious, be in a moment, let go of your past, and forget about the future.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us.
You're very welcome.
Johansson, who also goes by the Persian Medium, also works on books, as you heard, guided meditations, and art.
Welcome to Avid Awakening, a beautiful, gorgeous wellness center who will adjust you mentally, emotionally, and physically. Also, it will help you to manifest your finance, anything and everything you desire for. This place is a very beautiful place which is located in Corona Del Mar. So please book your appointment today.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
And now, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl with Tanya Reid.
Tanya Reid.
Live from AustraliaPsychicCowgirl.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Australia's Psychic Cowgirl on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
G'day, Tonya Reeves, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl, coming at you from home today. We're all in lockdown here, so it's going to be home for a few weeks, and that's pretty cool. So we've actually been able to get some jobs done around the house and on the property, so we're pretty excited about that. Thank you all for tuning in. We absolutely love connecting with you and, you know, our loyal followers. It's so amazing. So thank you. Thanks for the lovely messages and feedback, because we really value that. So, yeah, if you need to connect with me, Australia's Cowgirl Medium on Facebook or Instagram. And, yeah, it's been a busy time for me at the moment, so that's pretty cool. And I don't know, we're going into August. So, yeah, crazy times. So, yeah, I feel like it's sped up a little bit now. So I hope everyone's doing okay in wherever you are in the world. You know, I feel like at the moment we're being reminded to connect to our inner guidance. And, you know, for many that are struggling a bit or have had, you know, things come up to work with, it's really important just to check in with your own inner guidance. And so I feel now more than ever that practice of meditation and sitting in your own personal power with it is quite a powerful thing to do. And what I find is just daily, can be 5 or 10 minutes. It doesn't have to be any massive amount of time that you dedicate to this, but we want to commit to allowing space for some silence, and that way spirit can give us the signs that, you know, are things that encourage us at this time, because we all have our guides and our loved ones in spirit that really want to help guide us along our path. And if we get too busy or we don't tend to tune in, you know, they don't want to be redundant. So if we're mindful about that and really take to the commitment of tuning into them and asking for help. So don't feel that you're on your own. You know, you can sit there and to me, you know, go into your meditation and quieten the mind, you know, focus on your breath and just allow whatever needs to come into your mind to come in. And I always say having a journal close by is really great, and just write down whatever messages or feelings that you have. You know, it could be many things that you get in that kind of a meditative state. You get a lot of great information that can be quite relevant. So these can be signs of where you might need to go and visit, or, you know, it might be guidance around work for yourself, or, you know, it could be, you know, you might be looking at relocating and you're not sure. So, you know, any of those things become a lot easier to manage when we connect with our own inner guidance and the guidance of spirit that will show us these answers. So please don't feel you're on your own, and, you know, and also reach out to others is a really important one. Yeah, you know, reaching out to friends and family, those that resonate with you, you know, share any problems, because, you know, for so many of us, we get so caught up in our own perspective that sometimes we need just that advice from somebody else that's close to us. So don't forget to reach out. All right, I'm going to go on to my first caller. I have got Sharon. Now I've lost so Sharon, Houston in the USA. Sharon, how are you?
I'm doing fine. Yes, this is Sharon. I'm doing fine. How about yourself?
That's good. Really good. Sharon's a really popular Australian name as well, so how cool is that?
Yes. Yes.
Awesome.
I'm from Texas, so.
Oh, beautiful. Awesome.
Yes. Texas, so.
Oh, love it. I often connect with Texans, so I think it's that earthiness that's really cool, and I have no doubt that you have that as well. Sharon, can I ask you, before coming onto the show today, I had a father hanging around, or like a father in spirit. Can I ask, has your dad passed?
Yes. My father passed. He did.
Yeah.
He,
okay, because I feel like he wants to say hello.
Oh, do he? Okay, hello. Okay, because I always talk to him. Yeah, I always talk to him. I ask him a lot. Is he around? So I kind of feel him around a lot.
Beautiful. And that's so how they love you, to connect with them, especially in spirit. So it's so cool to hear, because it was like he popped in first. So usually that means there is that connection, and also that he wants to share, you know, the insights that I'll share with you today are from Dad. So it's like he's around you at the moment, and I feel like there's something around you gaining some inner strength with some decisions that you're making.
Yes, I am. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is this all right? Let me. Just see what Dad's got here. There's something around. I feel like I'm moving, or I've got an option to. It's like I've got an option to relocate where I'm going to be looked after better. Does that make sense to you? Because it's like that's what he's showing me.
Okay. Can you say that again? I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. It's like he's showing me you've got an option of moving. So to me, it's like moving from where you're currently living, where you're looked after even better than you are now. So it's like it's almost like I feel like he's showing me that you're moving and there's a lot of helpful people around.
Oh, okay. Yes. Okay. Moving from my home that I stay in now, you're saying?
Yeah, I feel like there's something around an option to move. Are you weighing that up at the moment, or is somebody saying to you, come on? I feel like I'm saying, come on, Mum, I want you to move here.
It's probably later on in the future. Yeah, later on, maybe. My son is thinking about joining the military, so I'm thinking it's further on in the future, maybe. Because he talk about it a lot, but I don't know about now, but maybe later on.
Yeah, it's just like he's showing me that, because I feel like there's something around helpful people coming in for you, and it's like because you're a sweetheart, you do so much for everyone else, and it's almost like there will be, with that decision around eventually, like you say, whether it's further down the track, there'll be a lot of helpful people that will come into your life, even more so than you have now. And I feel like you have a few now.
Okay, yes.
And do you have a little dog around you at the moment? Is there a dog? Because I feel like Dad's showing me there's a dog.
Actually, I don't have a dog, but my mom stay with me, and she's talking about a dog. She's talking. We don't. I don't know if she's imagining the dog. She just told me today she has a dog under the bed, but we don't have a dog. So I'm just kind of figure out what she's talking about.
Yeah, possibly. Because I was a bit confused. He's saying bring up the dog, and I'm like, where does the dog fit in? And normally they'll just pop that in.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea where it comes from. I don't know. She said something about a dog today. So I don't know. Is my dad bringing the dog around?
Yeah, well, it's almost like Dad showing, that the dog is relevant. So it'll be, I don't doubt that Mum's probably connecting to Dad, and then Dad's bringing in the dog. There'll be, and also often Spirit will do that to let you know that they're around and they're hearing what's happening. So he would be aware of that conversation that you had with Mum.
Okay, that's probably what it was. Yeah.
he's a gorgeous soul. It's like he's looking after everybody.
Yeah, it just happened. It just happened earlier because it took me out. I got emotional.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is. It's such a, when you have that close bond, and like Dad's so proud of you. There's a lot of pride that comes from him to you, I want to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and it's an absolute, he's so happy that you recognise him being around. It's so beautiful. And I'm feeling you. I'm feeling the heartfelt. And you're doing a great job with Mum too, he wants to say.
It's hard, though. It's hard.
Yeah. And I do feel with that you need to, there's also that aspect of getting in some more help if you need to, because we need to look after you, is what he's showing me. And if you're no good, then it's like you're not able to do what you need to be doing. So we need to fill your cup up, is what he's showing me.
Yes. I'm doing the best I can. I actually stress every night. Yeah. So I'm trying to be a good daughter.
You are a good daughter. You don't have to try. That's what he's showing me. You don't have to. You are a good daughter. And it's like if things get hard, please ask for help, because he doesn't want to see you. It's when you're looking after somebody that takes a lot out of you, and you deserve to just have some time out. So don't feel guilty about asking for help, and putting things in place is what he's showing me.
Okay.
So I feel like there's something around, or what he's showing is you need a day out a week. Like, I don't know if you have already organised that, or it's like I need to have some time out, even if it's just to go for a walk or take some.
Yes.
So don't forget to do that, and don't feel guilty about it, is what he's showing me.
Yes.
He's also, he's such a sweetheart. I want to say one of the messages he's giving me is I want you to go and buy the piece of jewellery. So it's like he wants me to tell you to give yourself permission to go and buy what it is you've been questioning or you've been wanting to buy. And I feel like there's something around a jewellery or a watch or something that might be a bit of extra money, but it's like he's saying, tell her I'm giving her the green light to say go for it.
Okay, a piece of jewelry or something.
Yeah, it's something that you've admired that maybe you went, I can't afford that, or it's a bit out of my range, and it's like he's saying you deserve it, buy it for yourself.
Okay.
Okay. So if you're not aware of what that is, it's like it'll come up, but it's like he's showing me, tell Sharon to do that. So it's like just trust, and it's almost like giving yourself an extra gift.
Okay. Is it a watch?
You're a gorgeous soul, and it's like it's time for you now though too as well. So please know that you will be getting help, and he'll make sure of that, I have to say.
Okay. And
all right, I'm running out of time. Please message me on my Australia's Cowgirl Medium on Facebook. If you shoot me a message, I will elaborate on some messages for Dad for you. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. It'll be on the website.
Yeah,
okay.
You can hook me up. Yeah, please do. I'd love to connect for you further when I have a little bit more time. Okay. Thank you so much. It's been an honour to connect with you and your dad and even Mum today. Okay. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you
Take care. Much. My pleasure. Tonya Ree signing off. See you next week, everyone. Woohoo!
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Jordy Jane's Psychic Medium with Jordy Jane. Live from jordyjanes.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Jordy Jane's Psychic Medium
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone. Good morning and good afternoon. Welcome to my show. My name is Jordy Janes. I'm a psychic medium. I am based in Wallen, Australia. So thank you so much for joining me for the next 15 minutes. I just want to talk a little bit about what's happened over the last week, one with me, but also I feel it is a universal thing because a beautiful friend of mine has also just done this as well, which is really interesting. Sorry, I just realized my phone is not on silent. Sorry. Anyway, nothing like live shows. So this week has been really interesting for me. We have technically gone into, pretty much in Victoria, we've gone into a bit of a lockdown where we have to wear masks everywhere we go. Especially going out and things like that. And I actually was a little bit under the weather for the energy. I call it the energy flu. It basically means you feel like you've got the flu, but with no temp. I definitely go to the doctor. I definitely get myself checked out. But yesterday was a bit of a self-care day. Now, I thought I would bring this up because over the last week, yes, I have been a very busy lady, not just with work, but also with family and also my birthday on the weekend. So I have really not had a day to myself. So yesterday was my day. Technically, I took a day off. I rescheduled everyone and everyone's been so blessed. But the reason why I'm saying this is because we really need at this time to check in with ourselves, do a little bit of self-care. Now, as I connect with self-care, I always go, if you look after yourself, which is self-care, my students and all my clients all know I say this. So it's self-care, which gives you self-worth, which also gives you self-confidence. Now, if one of those is not actually functioning in our own psyche, in our own sort of mindset, we do miss out. The other two do sort of slacks. So it's really interesting. When I actually did this yesterday, I actually did a bit of self-care yesterday, realizing that today I feel so much better. I've got more energy. I sort of dealt with what I needed to deal with yesterday, which was quite an interesting day mentally. But I literally had a day of doing absolutely nothing. I started watching a new show on Netflix, and it just gave me a little bit more of a Geordie day. So in these times, it's really important to reach out. I did reach out to a couple of friends, not many, but I do feel that sometimes I do struggle. I even struggle telling people I'm struggling. So please be in the state of someone will always be there for you, even if you feel that you don't want to say anything or burden with your struggle. You're not actually burdening them. Oh my God, if I could get my teeth in. It's more about allowing us to sit in a space to be a soundboard for them as well. So if someone calls out for you, just be a soundboard for them and vice versa, because they're always there for you. And I was there for a beautiful friend yesterday. So they had a few family things going on, but it's all about being there for each other. And that's the biggest thing. So self-care is also putting hands up saying, I'm struggling a little bit. Now, also, there will be some beautiful phone numbers and things like that. It's a different all across the world. Look out for them. If you're feeling a little bit low, please reach out. In Australia, we've got Lifeline. We have, yes, definitely. It's really important. Sorry, Dave. Yes, please. I'll be ready whenever someone pops in. It's really important to reach out for those lines and reach out for those people, because they are, one, also trained, and two, they are just there to talk. That's all they do, is they allow you to release whatever's on your mind, whatever's on your heart. So please call whoever you need to call if you need a little bit of, I want to say, lessening the burden off your shoulders, and everyone is always there for you. Just remember that. Okay, so now I've got a beautiful caller, and I'm really looking forward to connecting today. So, but yeah, please, if you want to sort of reach out, I'm always there. I may not get there straight away, but I will always sort of have a bit of a chat, and yeah, so I'm always there for everyone as well. So, I always reach out for people who I need as well. So it's like a big sort of reciprocal energy is what we need to do. All right. So I have a beautiful caller called Stormy. Hello, Stormy. How are you?
Yes, that's me. Good. How
are you, darling? Good. Now, I haven't got a lot of minutes, but I just want to say, did you want me to go psychic with what's going on around you, or mediumship, which is connecting with loved ones? How would you like me to work for you today?
Medium.
Yep, I knew
that are no longer here.
Yep, thank you, because I already had someone sort of rock up before you even said mediumship, so I knew you were going mediumship. Now, let me just bring them in. Oh, okay, I have a lady with me who wants to step forward, and it's really interesting because I want to say, I know you're in Utah, but if it's a name or a place, but I keep hearing Georgia or Georgia, but there's just that reference around that GE sort of sounding name. Now, as I connect with, I know I've got a lady with me, and I know that she was a little bit frail before she passed, but I do feel like she was an elderly age, and she's got this massive smile. It doesn't matter how low or what she was going through, she's always showing me that she's always got a smile. Now, would this lady make sense to you?
Sorry, you cut out just a little bit. Can you say that again, the last part?
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. would I make sense that I've got an elderly lady here who always smiled, even though she was either unwell or she just always tried to smile as much as she could. I've got a Georgia or a that Georgia or Georgina name that I would want to acknowledge. It's a female Georgie sort of name. And I also want to say that the way she's showing me, she's always got this biggest smile for you. And I do feel like you're either granddaughter or grandniece. I just want to acknowledge this. Does this make sense to you?
Yeah, my grandma passed away before I was born. And she was actually adopted, and we don't really know like where her actual family was.
Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you. Because I felt like Georgia was more of a place rather than an actual name. But I feel like I've definitely got your grandmother with me. Now, would I make sense that she would always make a joke or she'd always make light of things? Would that make sense to you? I know you didn't meet her, but the stories, would that make sense to you?
Yeah, it would.
Thank you.
I hear a lot of stories about her.
Thank you. And would I make sense that this is your dad's mum?
Yes.
Thank you. And because she just talks about dad. Now, also, as I'm connecting with her, she just wants to give you a massive hug. Even though she never met you, she feels like a real guide for you, or someone that would always, it feels like sometimes I want to say, even though you never actually met her, which is always quite a challenge, but you would have either heard her voice or always be aware that there'd be certain sayings that the family would have adopted from her. Would that make sense? Oh, Stormy.
Sorry, it kind of just cut out again.
Oh, of course. It's been tech stuff all morning. I want to say there would always be times where you would get a saying from her, or it would be a reference where people would say something and go, oh, that's what your grandmother used to say. Would that make sense to you? Because I feel like I want to say she does seem to be around you a lot as a guide.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We've been visiting her grave a lot recently, and we actually just went and possibly met her family.
Yes.
We think, because we got a hold of her adoption certificate, so.
Oh, fantastic.
A lot
She's
about
very
her
excited. Very excited about this. And I don't feel, if you've seen photos of her, she wasn't a very big lady. Would that make sense to you? She keeps showing me that she's quite frail. But I also feel like she was quite slim anyway. Would that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Thank you. And she's also showing me these beautiful, I want to say, I also see small sunflowers, but I also see gerbras as well. Would that make sense? Like big, beautiful flowers. And they're yellow. She keeps showing me yellow flowers. Thank you. She's also very excited that you've started to look at study again, or starting to really build your confidence in your knowledge again. And she's very excited. So please, if you're looking at study, start studying again. She's very excited for you to do this.
Yeah, I'm thinking about going back to college. I actually just barely put an application back in.
Also, because she's very excited, because this is where your heart lies. Does that make sense to you?
Mm-hmm.
Stormy, thank you so much. I'm running out of time, but your nan gives her massive hugs, and she knows that she let you know that she's always around you, okay?
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, darling. And if you want to contact me again, I'm Geordie Jane, Psychic Medium on Facebook. I don't have my website up yet, but I will be working on that. So blessings. Thank you so much, Stormy. Have a lovely evening.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, beautiful people, enjoy. Remember self-care, self-worth, self-confidence. Have a lovely week, and I will see you next week. Okay, bye for now.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live from what we used to call little old New York. Well, it's still old, but it's not quite that little. But here we are in the middle of July, just about. And hey, you know, it's a nice cool day. You know, I love the way the weather here is changing, because we still have a lockdown going on, which means there aren't about 78 million cars in the street making everything hot. It's very funny how it gets down into the 60s and low 70s in the middle of July here. I love it. I love it. We haven't even used the AC yet, but hey, you know, these things happen. We'll see what happens when they end this kind of stuff. We're going to look at the future now anyway, so maybe we'll see what's going to happen. We're going to look at the cards now. I do want to talk about that for a moment, because there's some things about the tarot cards that frighten people, and I think part of that is the responsibility of bad movie makers. The cards do not give scary news. They just don't. I mean, it's not, your average newspaper is more scary than the tarot cards. Tarot cards will answer your questions. Tarot cards will show you a possible future, and I'll explain why I say possible. That's not a cop-out. I mean, it will show you the future, but the future changes. I'll get into that right now. In fact, the future can change. We can control the future by dealing with it. For instance, if you see in the cards that you're headed for a period of, let's say, financial problems in the next few months, you can be prepared for it when it comes. You can spend some time trying to get more money together. You can look into credit options. There's all kinds of ways to prepare for it. And that's the whole point. The cards don't give bad news. They just give news you might not want to hear, but it's good to have. You know, that's the kind of thing. If the cards tell you that there's going to be trouble on the job, nobody wants to hear that, but it's worth knowing. A lot of people call me about work-related things anyway, because they want to find out if, say, there are people in the office scheming against them, and they quite often that is the case, because, you know, if you have to ask that question, you have a pretty strong suspicion that somebody's messing around with you, and chances are you know who it is. So the cards don't necessarily give surprising news. One of the things that's really good about the cards is that they'll confirm things that you think are going on, and we're going to look into that today. I'm going to tell you about some exciting new things that I've got going at my websites. There's one website called magic-works.com, magic-works.com. Some people pronounce it magic, but I can't go that far. To me, it's still just magic with a CK at the end. Magic-works.com. There's about 90 pages there with all kinds of stuff about what I do and what I can do for you and with you. I urge you to take a look there. There's all kinds of free stuff there that's a lot of fun. There's a daily horoscope that you can click on. You can find out what your day is going to be like. You can find out what your week is going to be like. You can find out all kinds of stuff there. Let's see, what else do we have that's free there? We have a free birth chart. Think about that. I'll get you a free birth chart if you want to know. They go in waves. You know, for some reason, people ignore that for weeks and months at a time, and then I get one request after the other. But give that a shot. Take a look at magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and click on the free birth chart, and I will get that right around to you. Also, you can arrange to have a private tarot card reading, which will be similar to what we're going to do now, only these are short ones. You can spend as much time as you want with me. You can get a 10-minute reading, a 15-minute reading, an hour reading, a half-hour reading. You know, we'll work it out. Well, I'm not that strict about time anyway, and if you get yourself a half-hour reading with me and it takes longer, it takes longer. No extra charge. That's just the way it works. So, take a look at that, mojoacademy.org. There's some new stuff there. There's some exciting new stuff. That's the publishing company. They handle my books. And a lot of books that I didn't write. Yes, there are books in the world that I didn't write. And there are books there that can really help you enhance your life. One of my favorite books there, and I think it's more important now than ever, is called Unmasking Fear. That's a book that was written in 1919. You see, we didn't even have radio then, let alone internet radio. 1919, it's a book about how the powers that be will use fear to control people. Nothing about that has changed. We have different machines than our forefathers did in 1919, but fear is still a very potent method of control. I think I don't need to explain more than that. Check out Unmasking Fear, and on a much more positive side, there's Hunches, which is one of my favorite books of all time. Which it shows you how you can identify any psychic abilities you may have, and then learn how to enhance them, because there's nothing unnatural about psychic abilities. Scientists like Rupert Sheldrake are coming along now with evidence that precognition and DSP and psychic communication exist. And, all you have to do is look at all these birds and a flock of birds in the sky, and they all suddenly turn in another direction. They do it all at the same time. They don't bang into each other. They don't knock each other out of the sky. Schools of fish do the same. When a shark comes along, they just quickly move all together. Now, how do they know to do that? Because there's really one consciousness. There is... this is going to sound a little freaky, but a lot of you are going to know exactly what I mean. There is really only one living thing in the whole universe. I know it's not me. It's all of us. It's the universe itself. The universe is living. The universe is alive. We always like to say things like, about our birth. I came into this world on a cold day in July, because we get a lot of those now. But no, you didn't come into this world. None of us came into this world. We came out of the world. We are all part of the universe. Whatever it is that made you is the same thing that made the moon, that made the sun, that made Jupiter, that made all the stars. You belong here, guys. This is where you live. This is what you're part of. And we're all connected. They used to laugh at Wilhelm Reich when he talked about orgone energy. But now it turns out that there's a common energy. The quantum physics people call it dark matter because they don't know what the heck to call it. But it's really Wilhelm Reich's orgone energy. There is energy in the air. There is energy in the environment. We are the environment. People talk about how they want to save the environment and help the environment. But once you start thinking about the environment as something separate from you, you're not going to do a damn thing to help it, because you and I are the environment. We don't live in it, we live of it. Now, okay, granted that's a little heavy, but this is how tarot cards work, because we are all connected, and the tarot cards can reach through the things that separate us and show us what other people are thinking, what other people are doing, and what is possible in our future. And if you don't like the future that the tarot cards show, you don't have to sit around and mope about it. You do something about it. That's the whole point. Why would you want to look at the future if you couldn't do anything about it, right? That doesn't make any sense. I wouldn't want to know, would you? I wouldn't care. If this is just fate and there's nothing we can do, look at the scientists working in Princeton who have found that even through thought we can change the past. Now, there's something freaky there. I'm working on a book about, I put it under the general heading of out-of-body experiences, but it's also about out-of-time experiences, because time doesn't really exist. Time is something that we made up so that we wouldn't be late for work. Time is a whole psychological concept. It's not real. It's a social construct. And that's why tarot cards can break through what we call time and look at the past and look at the future and look at the present and tie it all together, because it's all the same. I'm getting a little heavy there, but you can check that out if you read up on quantum physics. They're coming around to, they're literally coming around to understanding things that the esoteric occult practitioners have known for only about 600-700 years. There is, if you go to my website, you'll see a thing, magic-works.com, magic-works.com. There's a thing there on the age of the universe. Now, science pretty well has a good idea on how old the universe is. And they've only come to it a few hundred years too late. If you take a look at that, and you'll be surprised at who and when somebody computed the age of the universe and got it right hundreds of years ago, a couple hundred years ago. Check that out. It's at my website under Age of the Universe. I said there's a lot of stuff there. Well, I can go on and on talking about that stuff, but I won't. I'm here to do readings. I love doing tarot readings, and the hour is going to go by way too fast even without me babbling. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to just let you know one last time about these new things that are coming. Maybe I'll mention it again during the show or at the end. But if you go to mojoacademy.org, take a look at Magic Made Easy. Easy. I spell it. Cute, huh? Magic Made Easy. This is the first book is out now. These books are simple. They're not going to be more than 30 pages each. They are not filled with jargon. They can show you simple ways of doing magical ritual and magical work. And the books were going to cost $9.99. You can't get any better than that. And I'll show you, if you go over to mojoacademy.org, not only will you get the book for $9.99, but you get it for 15% less using a special checkout code that I've got just for the Ask One Radio listeners. And it will knock 15% off of that. So you can't get, magical knowledge can set us all free. And hey, why make it difficult for people? So now, here we're going to get into the readings now. I'm going to do what I always do. I'm going to ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. And we will enter the sacred space and do some tarot reading. Here we go. And now we're going to pull back the curtain on the magical window for Kimberly in Johnson City, Tennessee. Hi, Kimberly. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi. Yeah. Hi.
How are you? Good. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great.
What can we look at for you tonight?
Well, I was just wondering about my love life. I know that's kind of general, but...
Well, I do readings for people who don't even tell me what they want to look at, so we're ahead of the game here. So let's see if a couple cards show up, and let's see what we get. I'm going to shuffle up the deck a little bit now that I know what you want.
Yeah.
That's such interesting radio, listening to cards shuffle, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Wait till we do it on video, and then you can watch me shuffle the cards. That's even more thrilling. And now I'm going to cut the deck. And, that's a fascinating card. That's the first card I have is the Star. Now, that's fascinating on many levels, because it's the card of hope and optimism and good things coming. And I'll tell you something else. This is one of the secret little meanings of the Star card. It's not just optimism and hope, but in many of the decks of cards, there's a tree in the background on that card, and in the tree sits a little bird. And that little bird represents the soul of a child who is about to be born. So that certainly does indicate a relationship with somebody. Aside from one documented case about 2,000 years ago, everybody had a father at least. So let's see what we can do here. The next card is the Four of Rods, and that is a card about happy home. And the third card I have for you is the Ten of Cups, and cups are about romance and affairs of the heart and emotions. And the Ten of Cups is perfected happiness. The tens are perfection. So I'm seeing a very good chance of relationship in your life, a good one. A happy home is what's going to result. There's going to be great happiness. I mean, the Four of Rods and the Ten of Cups is an unbeatable combination for happiness. And then I have one last card, which is the Sun, and that is about health and healing and growth. And a lot of tarot card decks for the sun, they show a little child coming in on a horseback, bareback on horse. So, there's a heavy indication. Do you have any children now?
Yes, I have 2 grown children. Yeah.
Oh, well, there's something here about children in your life still. Maybe it's grandchildren coming. Maybe it's a new relationship with somebody who's got children. But I'm seeing definite relationship of happiness and joy and a secure home. And there's 2 cards here that are the message is children. So I would think.
Just wondering if I was going to go to Canada anytime soon.
Well, if you want to go to Canada, you'll go to Canada. I don't think you need a deck of cards for that.
The border's closed.
Well, they'll open it again soon. This whole, the news is showing that the virus is getting weaker and weaker. The New York Times is a little bit annoyed because they have, with great consternation, they're reporting that the death rate is dropping. I mean, I don't understand why that bothered. What kind of person could be bothered by that? But
really.
They just seem to be annoyed by that, reading between the lines. The Ace of Cups is here also. I said, let's see if we get cup cards. The cup cards that's about the beginning of happiness. Now, what's interesting is you have the Ace and the 10. That covers the whole range of the cup experience. So you're going to, you're headed for happiness. That's the way I see it.
That's great, because I've been really isolated, and I just got a job. I've got an interview Friday, but I have a pretty good feeling that I'm going to get it. And
hey, let's take a look.
That sounds great.
Hang on, because these are very positive cards. But I'm going to shuffle the cards one more time, and let's take a look and see if stuff about work comes up. And that's easy to see because those are rods. The cards are the staffs and the rods. That's about career stuff. So let's see what we get. Let's see how you said you had the interview already, or it's coming up this week?
No, I have it Friday.
Friday. Okay, shows you what a great listener I am, right? Okay, I'm going to cut them now. This is good. Oh boy, the Ace of Coins. That's a card about a new income stream.
Oh right, I was thinking about starting a web page with my friend. That's
the
great.
Wheel of Fortune is here. The Wheel of Fortune means the situation that you're in now is going to change.
Well, great, and hopefully I can go to Canada to meet this man that I'm in love with.
Well, I'm assuming you've met him before, right?
Yeah, we're online friends, so when that border opens, I'm there.
Well, the Sun card is also here too. Again, that's the second time you've gotten the Sun, and that's about healing and health and growth and happiness. So I think I see you headed for very good times. Now, here's something. The 9 of Rods is here. I said we were going to get a rod card because, you asked me about romance and we got some cup cards, and now about work, we got the 9 of Rods here. That is a person who is very well prepared for what's coming. That means that whatever this job is, you are really well prepared for it, and you're going to do good at it.
Yes, because I'm a lifetime waitress. So that's all I've done my whole life in small country diners.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, it's a small country diner in Tennessee. And so things are just starting to open back up, so I'm hoping that, I'm glad to get back to work.
Well, let me tell you, you're talking to a guy who had the record for being the world's clumsiest busboy in my youth. So I remember clearing a table one time and spilling the clarified butter from lobsters right down the back of a guy's suit. And I did that twice over a period of a month, and each time it was the same guy. So they made me a dishwasher, I tell you something.
Because my parents used to own a restaurant, so
I have great respect. I have great respect for servers. I am not one of those people who looks at it as anything other than skilled work. Trust me, I know about it. I have several friends who are lifetime waiters, and they do very well at it here in New York City. And they take it quite seriously. It's not like these things where because there's an old joke about because this is New York and everyone and wants to be in show business. And a guy dies and he goes to heaven, and at the gate, St. Peter says, "And what did you do on earth?" The guy said, "I was a waiter." And he says, "Oh yeah, did I see you in anything?" You know, that's just an old showbiz joke. You know?
Well, it's different in Tennessee, in a small town, because
Sure.
when you work in a country diner in a small town, you get to know every single person in your community.
Yes, because it's a community center. These are community centers. They're not just places to grab a bite.
Very community centered, and you have to have a great personality. You have to be good with people.
We have that here in New York City, too, believe it or not, because we're broken up into little neighborhoods, and each one is like a small community. And there are some bars here, for instance, where the bartender's been there 20, 30, 40 years. You know, it's just remarkable. I remember in the late 1990s, I went to a famous place in Greenwich Village called the Corner Bistro, and Harold, the waiter, he became the waiter when the bartender rather, when his brother, who was the bartender, ran off unexpectedly to go to Woodstock, and Harold was still there in the late 90s tending bar. He was a great guy, you know. So these places. These are community centers. These are not just simply restaurants and bars. It's the same in a small town. Because New York, you know, don't let anybody tell you that we're big city slickers. We're just a bunch of collection of small towns here in New York. So things are looking good for you. The cards are very positive, and I see a lot of good things happening for you. And I just want to let you know that while we were talking, I pulled one last card for you, and it was the Six of Rods. Now, there's rods again, which are work and career, and the Six is about great success. So I think you're going to get everything you want.
Thank you so much.
Ooh, one more. The deck kind of just split, and there was the Two of Cups, and that's the happy new relationship. So yeah, that border's going to open, and you're going to be there. Yeah. Thanks for calling.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye.
Bye now. Okay, that was a nice dial tone. Excellent reading. Love positive readings. You know, like I said, there are no bad readings, but there are, readings that people don't want to hear are not very much fun to deliver. But there's a skill in doing that too, I suppose. But hey, that's one of the books that's going to be in my Magic Made Easy series. That's the next one. The first one is out now. It's about how to do the middle pillar. A meditation technique, and the next one is going to be called "So You Want to Be a Professional Tarot Reader, eh?" or something along those lines. Sherry in Fall River, Massachusetts, next. Hi, Sherry. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm okay.
Fall River. That's a pretty famous town, isn't it?
Yeah. Kind of.
Yeah, well, you had that one lady years ago, right? Isn't that where Lizzie Borden was from?
Yep.
Yeah, you know.
Her house is actually not too far from mine.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. You know, a whole town is you get one little axe murderer, and that's all people talk about. So, Sherry, what can I look at? What can I look at for you tonight?
Can you do mediumship?
Well, I'll give it a shot because the cards do that from time to time with me. I'll take a crack at it. Is there a particular message you're looking for from somebody?
From my mother and my father.
Okay, let me see what I get because I'm so shy about doing that I always preface it by saying that I don't ordinarily do this. And I always look for certain cards to show up in order to tell me that I'm on the right track. And they always show up, you know. So let's see what we get. I will interpret whatever this reading is as a message from beyond, okay? So let's see what we get. Now, you know, the time for this really is when we get along to do that in that time of year is that the veil between this world and the next traditionally gets thinner and thinner. So let's see what we have. Well, the first card is a pretty good indication that we're on the right path because that's the Eight of Cups, and that's about a person who goes to another place, you know, and that's what we're talking about. You know, it's about somebody who is definitely in another place. let's see, I'm pulling some cards out now. This is fascinating because this is a real kind of up and down reading. I mean, it's good, it's sad, it's happy, it's sad, it's good, it's bad, but it ends up well. Was this a rough passage for both of them?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to ask you, was there any suicide involved?
No.
Okay, good, because sometimes with the Eight of Cups, that's what happened the last show that I did. It was the Eight of Cups told me that it was a suicide, but this is a general reading about moving, because I also have the Six of Swords, which is also about people getting from where they are to where they want to be. There's sadness in this reading, of course. The Three of Swords, which shows a heart pierced by arrows, and there's sadness involved here. But overall, what I'm seeing is the Temperance card here is the dominant card, and that tells me that the people you're asking about have found balance, and they're doing okay. You know what I mean? It's the Justice card follows the Temperance card. And those two cards together mean that a person has gotten what it is that they should have had. They're getting what they deserve, and it's good, though. I mean, sometimes people get what they deserve. It isn't so good. But this shows that these are people whose souls are in balance now. Because the reason I asked gingerly as I possibly could about suicide was that, and that's why I asked about a rough passage, because I'm seeing cards that indicate that near the end, life was very out of balance for them. But I'm seeing that balance has been restored. Pardon? Whoa.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. My son's got the music blasting. Did you say what was that about passing? That it was a hard passing?
Yeah, that it looked like that things were out of balance for them, and it was very difficult. This is why I asked you if they had problems in passing, because now I'm seeing the Temperance card and the Justice card, which says that balance is restored.
I somehow think you're talking about my cousins and not my parents. For some, I don't know why.
Okay. Does that sound familiar? Well, if that sounds familiar, if that's the person who's trying to get through, then. We can go with that, because what I'm seeing is that life was out of balance, and it was painful. I see that near the end there was a lot of pain, but I see that is gone, and balance is restored, justice has been served, and there's like here you can't beat this card into this circumstance. It's the Ten of Swords, which means the worst is over. So I'm seeing people who had difficulties in life, great difficulties, but the difficulties are over now. It's a much different situation. There's oddly enough, I have the Ace of Rods and the Ace of Coins, and the Ten of Cups, and these aces mean a new beginning. And I'm seeing people who have a chance to do things over again. And the Ten of Cups, which I had earlier in the reading, means it's supreme happiness, which is, that's a fascinating message coming from people on the other side. What I'm getting, whoever this person is, whoever is reaching out to you, and I have to trust your gut instinct on who it is, had a very rough time at the end. But everything is well now, and that is the message they want to get to you: is that everything is good now. Okay.
Okay.
Because these are happy cards. Oddly enough, even though the circumstances are unhappy, that's what we had. That
right. She did have a hard time passing. She was not ready to go. She said cancer. She wasn't ready to go. She wasn't ready to die, and that was her biggest fear, was that she was going to get cancer.
Well, what I'm seeing here is that balance has been restored, and the difficult passage has become easier, and she's come to terms with it, because I see contentment and happiness. So perhaps that's the message she wants to give you, is that it didn't turn out to be that bad for her after all,
Good. Thank you.
I hope that helps. Thank you very much.
It does.
And I'm going to light a candle. I'm going to light a candle for them before the end of the night. How's that?
Great. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thanks for calling.
All right.
You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. That's me, Reverend Elliot. You can reach me anytime if you can't get through. I know there's a lot of people waiting to get through, and not everybody does get through. And there are a lot of people also who listen but don't want to call and speak in front of hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people. That's shy. You know, the number one fear in life is public speaking. So, hey, you know, I think the number one fear really is asking for help. Overall, that's what I think. And when people call a tarot reader, what they're doing is they are asking for help. So it shows that you're brave, and it shows that you are very serious about fixing things in your life. And that's a good thing to know. So, you know, if you don't want to do this publicly, we can do it privately. You can send me an email. I'll be happy. I do this for everybody who listens to Ask One Radio. I'll be more than happy to pull a few cards with a free mini reading. Just tell me what you want, and I'll pull a few cards for you. The email is asktarot, that's one word, ASKTAROT, at earthlink.net, which shows you how long I've been using that email. Asktarot at earthlink.net. And, hey, you know, happy to do that for you off the air. And you can get over to magic-works.com and take a look at tarot reading and see the prices for a private reading with me. It's not expensive. I mean, I don't soak people for money. You know, these are decent prices, and everything is negotiable anyway. You know, if you want to pay a little less, don't be shy. Tell me, and we'll work something out. It's no big deal at all. I never turn people away because of money. Clorinda in Sydney, New South Wales, Australia is next. Hi, Clorinda. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Reverend. How are you today?
I'm doing well, and yeah, we're coming up on midnight here, so I'm still stuck in the past. I'm still here on Wednesday, and you're in the middle of Thursday.
So, this is right. This is exactly right. Lucky us.
Yeah. So what can I look at for you today?
Oh, I just wanted some clarity, to be honest. Just seeing how things are going for me. I've had a little bit of a hard time the last few weeks, and I just thought, you know, I don't have a definite question, which I suppose is not always the case with everybody else, but I just thought, like, if, you know, the universe wants to let me know something, I'm quite happy.
Well, I'll be happy to convey a message from the universe, because it's where we both live, right? That's our home.
That's it.
Home. Let's give it a couple of shuffles here, and cut the cards and see what they've got to tell you.
Okay.
Well, that's an interesting card here. That's it's the Eight of Coins, and that's about a person starting a new job and working very well at it, and working very hard at the new job. Are you looking for work now, or did you start something new recently?
No, I have a business where I host a lot of people like yourself, psychics and healers and things like that. So it's been going for a little while, but I just haven't worked as hard at it as I wanted to. So, yeah.
Well, this is a person who does work very hard at what they're doing. So maybe the card is saying it's time to put a little more in there. The Two of Cups is an interesting card. Two of Cups is about a new friendship, a new relationship, something, you know, a new relationship coming. It could be romantic, it could be platonic, it could be friendship, but it's something new is headed your way. The Ten of Cups is here. I got that 3 times tonight. I think almost every caller has gotten that. That's about perfecting happiness. Now, here's the thing that I want to talk to you about. The next card is the Lovers, and the Lovers card is really a card about having to make a decision. That you in general terms, it will refer to making a decision between the sacred and the profane. But that's a little too lofty for me. You know, it's like a fork in the road. There are 2 ways you can go, and you're going to be called upon to make a decision. The High Priestess is here, which tells me that you're a very intuitive person, and you're going to go with your feelings. But there's a card here that I find troubling. And that is the Five of Swords, and that is about plans that don't work out. Have you had plans that just didn't work out recently?
Yeah, I had to move back over the last few years back to Sydney, where I used to live in Queensland, and to be with my dad, and then he passed away, and yeah, we're looking after my mum now. It just things didn't work out the way I would like, but it doesn't matter. I've accepted it, and I just move on, sort of thing, you know.
Well, that's excellent that you say that, because that's what the next card shows me, is that that's exactly what happened. And the next card is what I had earlier for someone else, which is the Temperance card, which tells me that you're very, very well balanced. The card of Temperance is about balance. So the fives in tarot are pretty severe. They're not nice cards. And something didn't work out, and maybe somebody wasn't treating you properly. There's a hint usually about being cheated. However, the Temperance card shows me that you're extremely well adjusted to that, and you're doing well. In fact, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 major cards here, so this is important stuff. The fourth one is one I'm going to tell you about right now, which is the World. I've got the Five of Swords, which is about something that didn't work out for you, the Temperance card, which is about being very well balanced, and the World, which is a card of guaranteed success. It's assured success. So you're going to do very well. So if there's
thank you.
If there's a message here from the universe, it's that you're going to be facing a choice very soon. You're going to intuitively make that choice, and it's going to be a good choice for you. And the message about the thing that didn't work out is don't be concerned about it. But you know that already. Yes. You're already at that place. So this is just this is just confirming that. One thing more. Right. The Six of Cups, that's about memories of the past, specifically childhood, and sometimes it indicates that somebody from your past is going to come back into your life.
Right.
So keep an eye out for that, okay? Because it's a card of pleasant memories, too. It's not bad memories, it's pleasant stuff. But to me, that's the message that I'm seeing here. I hope it helps.
Oh, fantastic. No, it does. It's just that, like, I've, been having a bit of a rocky time with my husband. He suffers depression. So, but, the choice I made was, you know what? We've been married this long, and, I don't want to go anywhere else, because I know in my heart the person who's in there is really good. And, he just has these bouts, and you can't help that, It's like you need to just sort of help instead of, like, running away. That's how I feel. So,
Well, that's the balance. That's the Temperance card. That's a very you made a rational and intuitive choice. Rational and intuitive simultaneously. You did it emotionally, and yet you did it intellectually. And the High Priestess shows me that you're a very sensitive person, and maybe even have psychic abilities yourself, which I'm sure you know about. Yeah. And the main thing is that sense of balance. Here's another card, and this is you. This is the Magician card. The Magician is the person who has all the tools and can get the job done, and takes power from above and brings it down here on Earth. So you're a very resourceful person, and you'll get through. I think you're going to be fine no matter what you do, because you know deeper. There's more to life than ambition. That's and I'm getting the sense that you know that. Things are going to work out very well for you, okay? Did we lose Clorinda? Well, that's what happens when you talk to the future, where it's Thursday afternoon there. But Clorinda, if you're still listening, and you can hear me perchance, remember that this show will be at the Ask One Radio archive, and you can listen to the whole reading again. But things are going to be very well for you. Things are going to go very well for you. I'm going to shuffle them up again, and let's get back. Now we're going to jump to Minnesota. We're going to talk to Brian in Farmington. Hi, Brian. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Not too bad.
Well, let's see if we can make that a little better. What can I look at for you?
Just in general, just see what might happen in my life in the near future.
You see what the path of your life is? You said I didn't quite hear that. It broke up a little.
What the near future is going to be like.
Oh, okay. That's the kind of reading I like. Just a general thing. I'm going to shuffle them up again, if I can do this without being completely clumsy. I'm a real klutz, you know. That's I'm a first. I once shut the refrigerator door without taking my head out of it, you know. So I actually slammed the refrigerator door on myself once. So that's world class. Yeah, faint from hunger, right? So let's see what we get here. Well, the first two cards I have are rods. So do you have questions relating to your work or career?
Not really, but I can go with that.
Okay, well, let me tell you. This is an up and down kind of card, and it's it's good. I mean, it starts out with the 10 of rods, which is a person who feels overburdened and overworked. But the next is the 6 of rods. It's a person who is acclaimed and successful and is well known for their success. There's also the 3 of coins, which is about successfully completing an assignment and being recognized for it. So I'm seeing that what's coming up for you is you're going to do something impressive. You're going to do something that impresses people. But I'm concerned, do you feel overburdened right now? Do you feel like you have a lot on your plate?
Not really. I'm used to having a lot of things I have to deal with at work, so or any job I've had, so it doesn't really bother me any.
Okay, well, that's good, because this is a person who has a lot to do, and usually it's a warning not to let yourself feel that way. That's why I ask you that. Now, the 6 of rods and the 3 of coins are about success and getting a job done and doing well at it. The 7 of cups is a card I like here. 7 of cups is a kind of unfocused ideas, but a lot of ideas. Now, I like that card. A lot of people don't like that card. I like it because I would rather have too many unfocused ideas than no ideas at all. And this is telling me that you have a very fertile imagination and a good mind that's coming up with things all the time. And one day you're going to latch on to one of those things, and you're going to really ride it home. You're going to do really well. It's going to be life-changing for you. It's going to mean the next card is the 6 of coins. That means money coming in. I think the message here is to trust your imagination. Are you're a very creative person that way?
Very.
Okay, because your mind, you don't think like other people. You know, your mind is quite active, and you see things that other people don't see. And sometimes that can be a very difficult thing because they'll think you're crazy. You know, I mean, and I'm not talking about seeing, I'm not talking about seeing people from Roswell, New Mexico. You know, I'm talking about like you can see opportunities that others don't. And the next card after that, I told you, is the 6 of coins about getting money, and then after that is the 10 of coins, which is lots of money, and happiness and living well and doing well. There are 6 cards here. 3 of them relate to money, 2 of them relate to work. 1 of them relates to work and money, So, and it's that 7 of cups is right smack in the middle here. So that tells me that you're going to create something. You're going to create something interesting, and it's going to lead to all kinds of happiness for you and success. So keep alert with your mind. That because your mind is trying to tell you something. It's a little unfocused right now, but it will snap into focus. I have no doubt about that.
I wonder what that is.
Well, you'll find out. You know what you can do is, do you keep a journal of your dreams?
No. My dreams are usually about military and stuff, so
Well, you write down as soon as you wake up, you should write down what you feel about the dream. Then, and after a while, you'll start seeing a pattern because we forget a lot of details of our dreams almost instantly. As soon as we start using our muscles, that replaces the dreams. So try doing that because I think that there's a lot going now. Wow, this is impressive. The next card I pulled was the moon. I was about to say I'm surprised that I don't see the moon card here, but the moon is here now, and that is the card of subconscious activity. So there is something going on under the surface that it's trying to get a message through to you. And I strongly suggest keeping a dream journal, and then just write the stuff down and forget about it, and then after a few weeks, look at it. Okay.
Okay.
Because there's something brewing in your mind that's going to be good, and it's going to lead to good things for you, and it's trying to tell you. Your unconscious mind is trying to tell you about it, and trying to break through. And you have, like I said, you have a very creative mind. And there's a lot going on in there, and you just want to sort that out and focus in on something, and the dreams are going to tell you what to focus in on. That's what I see here, and it's loaded. It's loaded with success here. So you got an interesting time. You got an interesting time coming up. So let me know how it goes. You can email me and after a few weeks of doing that, and let me know what's cooking. My email is asktaro@earthlink.net, and I'll be happy to pull a few more cards for you. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks for calling.
Thank you.
And my pleasure. Let me just shuffle up the cards now. Brian, you're in for a very interesting time. That's what I see. Because there are messages coming through to you from your unconscious mind, and that's the best way to do it. Anne in Victoria, British Columbia is next. Hi, Anne. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi. Thank you for having me.
Well, that's one way
to put it. I'm awesome, thank you.
What can I look at for you?
I'm just wondering if I have anything from Spirit coming through.
Okay, let's take a look. I'll shuffle them up again.
Thank you.
Yeah, nothing like shuffling cards on a humid day. Let's see what we get here. Well, I think you're going to have somebody guide you. Maybe it's a spirit guide because you ask about spirit, but the card I have is the Hermit. And regular listeners to the show will know that Hermit card almost never comes up when I do a reading. And yet it's here. That's about a person who is going to guide you. The Hermit is a card. Some people try to make it sound like it's the virtue of prudence. But they only like to do that because there is no card, particularly in the tarot deck, that represents prudence, and they say, well, let's make that one it. But it really is about, in my way of thinking, a person who will guide you. A mentor will appear. Somebody will arise who will help lead you to getting to where you want to go.
Oh, and that's so good to hear.
The next card after that is also a major card. In fact, I pulled 3 cards here. The Hermit is the first one. That's a major card. There's only 22 of those in the deck, and you got 3 of them now. The Tower struck by lightning. The Tower tells me that after you find this person who will mentor you, and it could be an actual person, or it could be a spirit guide. It could be someone in your dreams. We don't have time in these short readings to go into that. In a longer reading, I could do that. But it's going to really change your life, and suddenly. That's the Tower struck by lightning. That means the shaking up of everything in your life. Now, that can be good or bad, but I'll tell you why I'm telling you it's good. Because the next card is the Fool. The Fool card is the card that, according to the Gypsies, means that the person getting the reading is beloved of God. If there's any bad cards in a reading, the Fool card cancels them out. So that's why I say that this change in your life it's going to be positive. Now,
I totally need that.
The 4th card here is also a major card.
7 years of really bad, a lot of bad things happening in my life.
Well, I've only got a few minutes left, but let me tell you what the next two cards are because it figures right into that. The World, which the gypsies call assured success, and Judgment, which is the last judgment, which a lot of tarot cards, tarot decks, shows a trumpet being blown and people coming up out of the grave. Now, that is not literally the last. That just means a renewal. That means a new you. That means a rebirth is coming your way.
That's wonderful to hear.
Now, the one card here that you have, and now I'm going to leave it with this, which is not a major card. It's the Eight of Cups. And that came up earlier for somebody, and I'll tell you what the meaning of that is in this context. The Eight of Cups is a person who abandons things that are not working for her and goes to things that are working. So you're going to ditch the things in your life that are not working for you. You're going to have a whole new existence. You're going to have a whole new life. You're going to have somebody who leads you there, the Hermit card. The Tower says there's abrupt, sudden changes in your life coming. The Fool says the changes are for the good. The World is about assured success. The Judgment means a new you is coming, and the Eight of Cups confirms that by saying that new you is going to walk away from the things that are bad in your life. And that could be people, that could be situations, that could be all. You don't have to even talk about it with us, because you know what it is in your life that you want to change.
A lot of death.
Yeah, well, it's going to change.
And I always look for signs from my son.
Well, this could be a very good message. You know, this is important because it's showing that good things are coming your way. And the first thing you asked was about spirit.
Thank you.
And I'm taking that hermit will be a spirit guide. So keep an eye out for that. Okay. I've got to run. I've only got a couple of minutes left.
What a wonderful message. Thank you.
My pleasure. I love giving good news like that. Give me 1 second here. I want to find one more card. Here. One last card for you. It's another major. One last card for you. It's a major card also, like the others. It's the Star, which I've had earlier. That's the card of hope and optimism. So you're coming to a good place in life, and you deserve it. That's what the Judgment card is. That you deserve it, and you're going to. Got to run now.
To me, thank you.
Bye-bye now. And look at that. We've come to the end of a show. And I think, folks, I'll have to check my numbers, but I think that this was show number 297. And as I hinted a couple of times over the years, 297 is a very important number in my life. And don't waste your time. I don't use it as a password for anything. 297 is a very important number in my life, and maybe I'll discuss that one day. But I'm pretty sure that was what this was today. Show number 97. You know something? I'm going to take a quick look right now. Let's see. Where are we here? Let's see. Nope. This was show 296. That means next week it's going to be show 297. And some awesome stuff is going to happen. I know that's an overused word, awesome, but when Reverend Elliot uses it, it's awe-inspiring. You know? Yeah. So stay tuned next week for show number 297. I'm psyched up. I'm waiting for it. But this show had such good vibes that I thought maybe that was the one. So listen, let me tell you again, you can go over to my site to find out more about what I do, what I can do with you, and what I can do for you, and what I can show you how to do yourself. Get over to magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and mojoacademy.org. That is the website of Mojo Brothers Publishing. It's books, it's videos, it's audio. Not much new audio, but there's some new audio coming. I'm going to be doing a series of meditation discs and meditation recordings, which I think you're going to like. And that's all under mojoacademy.org. And at mojoacademy.org, there's a new page up there today, and that is Magic Made Easy. Take a look at that, because I want you to see if you're interested in enhancing your life with magical work, and you probably are, or you wouldn't be listening to the Ask One Radio Network. Check out Magic Made Easy. These are basic, down-to-earth, no nonsense. I was going to use a more tangy vernacular for what it isn't, but we'll just stick with no nonsense. Books on magical work that are designed to really get you to hit the ground running. They're not going to be more than 30 pages each if I can help it, and the price is always going to be $9.99 or less. Remember, you go over to mojoacademy.org. For any of the books there, you can find a code that'll give you 15% off if you buy the book directly from the printing plant. You can get these books at Amazon also, but they're a little more expensive at Amazon, and there's no discount. So, be like my fellow New Yorkers and buy from the factory outlet. So we'll be back again next week. I'm here every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific, and we will go looking through the magical window of the tarot once again. Check out my website, magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and I'll see you next week. Remember, time flies, folks. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.